and then we're going to have our co-chair election. So we've got a busy day ahead of us. And I want to get started with agenda item G, which is committee updates. So we'll start with our partnerships and capacity committee, and that will be, I believe, Lindsay and Woody will be giving that update. Okay.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Co-Chair Coates. For the record, Lindsay McClary. Happy to present an update on the Partnerships and Capacity Committee. The committee met on June 3rd of 2025. Members include Liz Agpawa, Barbara Boyer, Aaron Curtis, myself, and co-chair Woody Wolf. We talked about two specific topics, one on operating capacity grant staff, operating capacity grants, and then FIP ecological priorities. So we'll hear a little bit more about the council capacity awards today, but we received some information from OWEB staff, and the committee identified some questions and areas to expand upon at the July board meeting. So looking forward to that discussion later today and making those funding decisions. A majority of the conversation focused around the FIP ecological priorities update. So OWEB staff basically kind of presented some of the feedback that they've received, and just wanted to point out that attachment A in the OWEB board documents includes some further detail about this, but staff received 98 responses from the online survey. They hosted 2 tribal listening sessions, but one of them was attended. 4 public listening sessions, a one-on-one group discussion, and then lots of email and written feedback. So overall, there's some themes that emerged from that feedback and was presented to us in the committee. Let's see, a lot of the changes focused around the coho priority and then aquatic habitat for native fish species. There was broad public consensus for making adjustments to a couple of the habitat types, including dry type forest, oak woodland and prairie, sagebrush, sage steppe habitats. And the committee recommended that staff pursue the consensus changes for those priorities as described in attachment A. And they'll return to the September committee with drafts for us to take a look at. And then they'll be considered by the board in October, kind of previewed, and then make some decisions in January. We also talked about what will be coming up in the next board meeting, or excuse me, committee meeting in September. And that will include a preview of CREP TA. And then we will consider those in October. So that's end of report, unless anybody else from the committee would like to add something or have questions.
Russ?
Thank you, Lindsay. As to the FIP priorities, and again, thinking long-term and comprehensively, we heard yesterday that that ODFW is completing its update of the Wildlife Action Plan. How are we going to incorporate that information into the reflection as to whether or not we have the right FIP priorities?
I'm happy to take that question.
Yeah, and you can always call on Hartstein for.
Okay, yeah. So yes, as I understand, the Oregon Conservation Strategy is gone through the public process for an update, and it's now called the SWAP. And I believe that OWEB staff have met with ODF&W during that process to make sure there's alignment and continuity across those habitats.
We got a thumbs up from Aaron. So if you'd like more detail, then I'm sure Eric would be happy to connect after, if that's okay.
That's fine for now. Is there going to be an opportunity for the board to hear about those priorities that are in the SWAP to better understand how our context of our decision making as it relates to future investments?
Eric's coming.
I mean, this is a substantial investment of state effort focused in on our alignment with priorities.
Yeah, for the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. As Lindsay noted, we have been in good contact with ODFW staff on both the aquatic habitat priorities and the more upland focus, the sagebrush, sage steppe, and making sure that we are in alignment with the updates to the SWAP. And we're going to continue those discussions through the summer. And as we get the draft priorities revised, we'll be in good contact with ODFW.
So Russ, Sarah O'Brien, Executive Director, for the record, I think I'm hearing in you that even outside the FIP ecological priorities and the committee discussion, it might be helpful to invite ODFW staff over for a little briefing.
I'd say that it's both. I think that what I understand is they invested very heavily in climate resiliency discussions and thought, and then there's a lot of new technology that has been advanced and a lot of good energy and effort to look at the science hard, and for us to be able to project out into the future and have that information as a board, I think would be helpful. I appreciate the staff coordination. That's really good. I just think it would be an opportunity for us to hear in detail what their findings are.
Yeah, we can reach out to ODFW and request that, but sorry, I know calling people.
Lindsay?
Thanks. I just have a follow-up to that. I think that all makes really good sense. And through this revisiting the FIP ecological priorities, it's my understanding that new maps will be created, new data will be utilized, and that will be pulling from a lot of the state resources from ODF and W with all of those monitoring and mapping and data efforts.
Mark?
Yeah, maybe just to follow up on what Russ was saying, I'd be interested in a conversation as Mark Webb. I need a little thing here that says step 1, step 2. But what I'm interested in is if the SWAT work is prescriptive in any way in terms of the expected treatments or desired outcomes on the landscape, ecologically speaking. I think that's where there would be some interesting conversations about our work.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. The next committee is the Acquisitions and Restoration Committee.
Russ and Dan.
And that will be, Dan, are you giving? Yep, okay, so Dan and Russ are the co-chairs of that one.
Russ is my co-chair on that committee, so he'll be giving the update next time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody can refer to the notes. We had a really unique opportunity and a phenomenal discussion with some of the people who put the ballot initiatives on the agenda and developed the whole measure 76 and the one that was before that, 66. And it was just fascinating to kind of hear that history and the story. Jamie sat in on that committee meeting as well. And as you all know, you're always welcome to join our committee because, of course, it's the best committee, right? It was just really good. And we had a grounding in that, the constitutional requirements for the land acquisitions that was really good. And then we spent some time framing up the work in front of us, which is pretty substantive. And if you want more detail in that broad brush, you can read your board packet. Fair enough. Questions? Woody's got a question, maybe? No, okay.
All right, thank you, Dan. The next committee is the Tracking and Communicating Committee.
Claire
And
and Jesse.
Jesse?
Yeah, so Jesse Kirchner. We had our OWEB staff, Courtney Schaff, Ken Fetcho, and Audrey Hatch presented the committee with a monitoring 101. And Brian and I were the two in attendance, so we had an opportunity to ask lots of questions and had just an opportunity to learn more about OWEB's monitoring programs and how they work and how different funding mechanisms are allocated and priorities and things like that. So.
Okay, Dan.
I mean, more seriously, is that like a fair enough update for you guys? I'm just looking at the agenda and there's more time here. And I think like when there's, like this committee is gonna be getting into some meaty stuff, just like all of these committees are. And ultimately, it's to prepare the board to vote on some pretty big decisions down the road. So I think when we have more meaty stuff to sort of give you guys a heads up on, we'll probably need more time. But is that, I'm just asking the question because I'm not sure what folks what we want to be getting out of these updates. Thoughts, opinions?
So I guess I'll just, I'll speak up, Kelly Coates for the record. I'm horrible at that too, Mark.
Well, I'll get you another little piece of paper.
Step one, step two, just a Post-it note that says, say your name. Would be great. So I know, so I was the co-chair for a previous committee and I always felt like I was either providing too much detail or not enough detail when I was updating the board on things. But I think it's perfectly fine for now because these are all new committees. We all just had our first meeting. And I think we're just getting grounded right now in everything and what the direction of these new committees are going to be. So I think in the future, once we get into some of the more meaty stuff, we can have the conversation about, do we need more time for these updates? Because we really need to brief the board on some big stuff that's coming down the pipe, versus just having the written updates. So I think you did great, Dan. Yeah. Yes.
Russ Holflick for the record. I just want to acknowledge that I think the staff did an excellent job of summarizing the material. So in the conversation we had about what to present, the assumption is that we're all reading the materials. And if you have questions, but for us to have to reread it to you is not an efficient use of time.
Bruce.
Yeah, Dan, as a long-time co-chair, my advice to you is simply, when it's time for the report, fumble until Russ takes over. I did that with Jamie for years, and it always worked.
Sage.
Thank you.
I believe Jamie has a rebuttal to that.
I was going to say my advice is don't take Bruce's advice, but no, seriously, one of the questions I've always had on committees, I think it's worthy for board members' comment, is whether or not committees should make a recommendation to the board. So we always have staff recommendation, but especially if something's been handled in detail, I would always personally find it interesting to see what the recommendation is from committees. And I'd also just say for board members and staff, to not be concerned if there's some conflicts in those. That's okay, because it allows for more discussion because everyone is bringing different perspectives to the table. So I would find it really valuable, even sometimes if there was different ideas that were coming forward, because then we could really, there's obviously something there so we can get into it. So I would personally say, I think I'd feel comfortable with a recommendation coming from committees on those meaty topics when a decision is pending. Not required, but if a committee so chooses, I would welcome it. And I think we cover, because there are open meeting laws and in the public, it's accessible, it's not a decision being made, that authority would be there. So I would just throw that out as food for thought for committees. And that would be an area where we want to put more discussion, I think.
So to that point, if I may, Russ Holflick for the record, I think it's safe to say that the board and staff are struggling to, and will work through, what tools are available to our partners to be able to ensure the conservation is advanced over the life of a project. We use the word in perpetuity. Easements are not the only tool available, and it's a question of risk, and we're going to get into details on those subjects.
Thanks, sorry, we're just logistics of timing with the meeting up here. Okay.
I think Russ thought that Dan fumbled.
No.
You didn't state your name.
Thank you.
Just pass the ball if you have to, pass the ball, right? Liza Jane.
I actually have a question about state your name, because I thought that once we got on screen, we don't have to do that. When we weren't on YouTube, we had to always say who it was because you couldn't see, but you can see that my name is Liza Jane and I'm speaking. We kind of let it go. So I would like to know what we're supposed to do.
Nicole, do you know what we're supposed to do?
I recommend that you, at least initially, you start your comments, that you state your name, because the camera is there but not the best. And so you can't actually see your names on camera. So it's good policy to just keep reminding us who you are.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to know sometimes too.
How about if you let us give it a little thought and look at a recording and see how it comes across?
Sure.
Because it's awkward to say it every time, and it probably prolongs the meeting at the end of the day. So I think we could, if maybe we can just do introductions in future at the beginning of the day, so we get everybody on the record, and then we'll do a little offline research and see what the best solution
And then I think we say the name, the co-chair says the name of the person before they speak. So that's kind of how I feel.
By default, because
Yeah.
we say Jane's got questions.
Right.
Okay.
I'm James. All right, we'll work on it.
Bob Smith, for the record, sounds good.
Use Jamie's name and go on.
Yeah. Say Jamie's name, I like that.
We're not allowed to use fake names here, okay, guys?
It's something controversial, use the person to the left.
Let's just pass it to Russ. So we are a bit early for public comment, so I'm gonna look to Nicole to see if we have all of our public comment. No, we don't. Okay. So,
Can we move anything, Nicole? Can we do K?
can we do K?
3 of the 4 people signed up, so we can just save that last person at the end and hope that they join us. So we can
Okay.
actually probably start public comment.
Get started.
Okay. Tell them to speak slowly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could give them more than 3 minutes.
Just make sure they say their name.
Another point about that though is it is an accessibility issue, so there's an extra benefit to saying your name repeatedly with some people. So.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, we are going to move on to item H, public comment. And I just want to, again, recognize the submitted written comments that we received prior to the meeting, and thank those folks again for submitting that ahead of time. And then have there been any changes to the list? No? Okay.
No, but let's move Carson to the end, that we're waiting on her.
Okay, got it. I can do that. Thank you. Jamie, you have a question?
I do. I have a question, highlighting something from a written comment for staff that I think would be interesting to learn more about in the future. And from the written comments received, all great comments, but specifically Mike Bechtold, who's the president of the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership, referenced that some of the greatest challenges being faced right now, and that's something that is very weighty for me. Talked about severe wildfires, we've been talking about that a lot, but also said large-scale insect outbreaks. So in previous committees, we've had presentations on the wood borer beetle and others, but I would be interested at a future meeting having a better understanding of that, the large-scale insect outbreaks, and if we're addressing that through our programs, given that we have a key partner has identified that as one of their greatest challenges. And again, we've been talking a lot about severe wildfires, but not this component. So I just want to recognize that comment and ask for future input on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay. So, we will start public comment. Do we have Anton?
We do have Anton. Good.
Thank goodness.
Just where you would like me.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Co-chairs Boyer and Coates, members of the board. My name is Anton Kiono, for the record, and I'm here today on behalf of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. First off, I'd like to thank you again for coming to the homeland of the Confederated Tribes this week and joining us here in Pendleton. It's been an honor to have you with us, and we're tremendously grateful for this opportunity to demonstrate how your investments are paying real dividends in our basin. Yesterday, we were proud to show you one of our conservation easement projects at the confluence of Birch Creek and the Umatilla River. This project exemplifies Oregon's collaborative spirit. It uses public funds to work voluntarily with the private landowner to create real, lasting public benefits. It leverages federal, state, and tribal funds to ensure that all of our dollars go as far as possible. While OWEB's investments in that project are an integral part of the habitat work that will occur there, it is with respect to the stream flow restoration that I'd like to focus today. The funding for flow restoration on the Birch Creek project was from the Bonneville Power Administration's Columbia Basin Water Transactions Program. This program has been investing in flow restoration in the Columbia Basin for almost a quarter century now, and a portion of the funding it disperses is specifically earmarked for the tribes. Over the decades, the BPA program has developed a rigorous, high-quality process for identifying and funding projects that lead to permanent flow restoration, and the tribes have been part of its technical review committee for many years now. Unfortunately, the demand for flow restoration across the Columbia Basin is so great today that the BPA program typically is oversubscribed each year. While this is a good problem to have, it means that complementary programs and funding sources for flow restoration, like OWEB's own water acquisitions program, are particularly critical. This reality makes it all the more frustrating to consider that the state of Oregon recently swept back a sizable portion of the funding from OWEB's water acquisition program, citing unspent funds. For those of us in the flow restoration world, this feels like a painful missed opportunity. The tribes are also a member of OWEB's technical review team for the water acquisitions program, and it certainly has prompted some soul searching on our part as to why we've been limited in our ability to get this precious funding on the ground. We'd like to share some thoughts to this end today. As you probably know, OWEB's water acquisition program is based on the same rigorous project evaluation framework that was developed for the BPA program. This is important to consider for several reasons. Foremost, it acknowledges that OWEB's program builds upon an existing framework that has had many years to adapt and improve. We know this framework will produce good outcomes if we let it. And perhaps most importantly, it allows us the opportunity to avoid some of the pitfalls encountered by the BPA program at its outset. One of these pitfalls was around messaging, and it arose from a misunderstanding of the complexities of Oregon water law. And we touched on this a little bit yesterday. In Oregon, an out-of-stream water right has to have been legally used or to be eligible to be transferred to in-stream use. This is important because it means that no less water is available to any other water user as a result of a water acquisitions project. While it's true that once in stream, that water protected cannot be diverted by other water users of a junior priority, That water never would have been available to those other water users in the first place because before the project, the water itself would have been diverted. This is perhaps an arcane but critically important point. Our work here voluntarily restores in-stream flows without reducing the amount of water legally available to other water users. The voluntary, collaborative nature of this program is tremendously important to our success. And again, it exemplifies this notion that we, as Oregonians, stand to gain the most by working together to overcome our shared challenges. Another important aspect to consider is the value that the public receives for its investments through the Water Acquisitions Program. This is an area in which OWEB also has been able to benefit by the wisdom previously gained by BPA. In the early years, the BPA program sometimes paid amounts well over market value for water rights, and you can probably guess what happened. Seller expectations were inflated accordingly, and so was the overall market. As a result of this misstep, flow restoration efforts were set back by more than a decade in some basins. It was only after a generational change did price expectations finally course correct, and we were able to begin to make progress in those basins again. This mistake is something that BPA now assiduously avoids by ensuring that the prices that are paid for a water right are limited to appraised fair market value, nothing more. OWEB's technical review team does the same. This can seem like a surprise, given how expensive some of these water transactions are. But water is perhaps the most critical and finite resource we have here in the West. It's precious and expensive, and prices, even when limited to fair market value, reflect this fact. Finally, when working with private landowners, it perhaps goes without saying that respecting their wishes for how they use their private property is of the utmost importance. The OWEB acquisitions programs, both land and water, rely on offering fair compensation to private property owners who choose to participate voluntarily. This is a good deal for Oregonians, and thankfully it makes a great deal of sense to the landowners who choose to work with us, like the gentleman you met yesterday. The right to use their land and resources as they see fit is, of course, their prerogative as private property owners, and it's important that we always remember and respect that fact. As Oregonians, we're very fortunate to live in a place that prioritizes working together to find common solutions and makes the investments necessary to work toward this ideal. But as we've just seen, we can't take this for granted. We must ensure that we're diligent about effectively stewarding these investments and getting them to where they need to go. And there's no lack of need. Practically all of Oregon's waterways are over-allocated, meaning that more water rights have been issued than there's water available. And perhaps not surprisingly, given this fact, inadequate stream flows remain the biggest limiting factor to fisheries restoration across our state. In many respects, the Water Acquisitions Program truly is the program upon which all others depend. Without it, all the other habitat restoration work in the world would still leave us little more than dry riverbeds. We must get this right. It's too important not to. We thank you for your time this week and look forward to continuing to work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Jamie, question?
Thank you so much for very helpful comments. My only request is if you do have written comments, if you could submit those as well, just so we could have your comments on record. For some people, it's more accessible to have the written version instead of just the audio, but all very, very helpful for our conversations. Thank you, and retroactively do extend the request for the extended time given the weightiness of our guests today. Thanks.
I just want to appreciate, I let the board know Anton has also kind of generously agreed to join a brainstorming group that Brian and Renee are convening around, potential changes to our water acquisitions program, which is kind of, in some sense, pre-scoping to potential rulemaking and also response to concerns we heard from partners related to, but not limited to, the program sweep. So thanks, Anton.
My pleasure. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Okay, up next is Roy Iwe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to OWEB board members and staff. Thank you for having me. My name is Roy Ely. I serve as the co-chair of the Sandy River Watershed Council Board, And I wanted to express my gratitude to all the review team members, staff, and the OWEB board for your consideration of our capacity grant proposal. And I'm here to hopefully address 2 points that have come up in the OWEB capacity grant review process concerning the funding level for the Sandy River Watershed Council. This is in addition to our written comments submitted through the online portal. First is that we did not meet the merit criteria to demonstrate success in on-the-ground restoration in the previous biennium. And since this incarnation of the Sandy River Watershed Council did actually not exist in the previous biennium, by default, we could just not have met that criteria. And I don't want to ask OWEB to overlook that point, but rather consider the intent of that criteria, which I believe is that we are trying to assure OWEB that the upcoming funding will result in successful projects in the future. And now I'm here with my co-chair at the Sandy River Watershed Council Board, Lily Yazzie, who will give public comment to describe the partnerships and project ideas that we have in the works. And so I'll let Lizzie do that. But I wanted to address the second concern, which is that the Sandy River Watershed Council is short on planning. And by that, I believe OWEB means that the planning is for the future of on-the-ground restoration projects. I believe we have incredible potential, and this is because of the sheer size of the watershed, the different land uses and habitat types. But really, it's because we have potential because we already have those relationships with many of the partners who do restoration, including the Sandy River Basin Partners, who have worked on the Sandy River Restoration Plan and the projects arising from that plan for over 2 decades. Now, I've been a part of this group since 2007 in my professional life with Multnomah County, managing the water quality program. And in that position, I actually look forward to completing our 3rd major grant-funded fish passage project in the Sandy Basin. I've also had success with 2 other smaller fish passage projects in partnership with the Johnson Creek Watershed Council, where I've actually served on the board there since 2007 as a jurisdictional representative. My resume actually includes also forming the Beaver Creek Conservation Partnership. This is a group of governments and nonprofits in the watershed this is the lowest tributary of the Sandy. I've been doing that since 2011. I've also helped develop the 2015 Johns Creek Action Plan. And most recently, I formed the Oregon 6-ppd, the Toxic Tire Chemical Working Group, with about 70 or so local, state, and federal agencies, also nonprofit partners. And we do this to identify high priority stormwater treatment projects. We've actually already had conversations with Senator Merkley's staff to seek federal funding for these kinds of stormwater projects in the Sandy Basin. Now, I hope that I'm sharing this because this is all about relationships. This is how the work gets done. And, we need to position ourselves amongst other conservation groups who need our help realizing restoration projects, and to identify our own. We have to understand the gaps in funding, gaps in resources, gaps in expertise that the Sandy Watershed Council can fill. And I hope my enthusiasm here is registering with you all, because we are ready to do the work. We just need this capacity funding to hire the best person we can. And this full funding would ensure that we attract that person. It's about the quality and about the skills. Imagine if we start on the high note, what we can do over the next 2 years and beyond. I hope this resonates with you. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy. Okay. Lily?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lily Yazzie, and as Roy mentioned, I'm here today representing the Sandy River Watershed Council as the co-chair. And my request for the assembled board members is the same as Roy, which is to consider full funding for our OWEB grant. Well, we were excited to learn that we had received partial funding rather than none. After thinking on it and reflecting on what kind of projects that facilitate and fund, we realized that the partial funding simply doesn't fully allow for our vision for the group and activities mentioned in the grant materials. So before I get too into the weeds, I wanted to briefly shed some light on who and what Sandy River Watershed Council is in its current iteration. We're a 5-member, really engaged working board. and many of the restoration projects that are ongoing within the watershed span decades. But as a group, we've formed more recently, and we're drawing on a firm foundation from the previous Sandy Watershed Council, and facilitating and creating space for the ongoing restoration projects to continue in a slightly different way. Since we're a newer group, we've been able to reimagine what it looks like to be a watershed council. Our core values that we have put in our organizational charter are inclusion through relationship, uplifting diverse perspectives, creating a culture of care, equitable power sharing, and Indigenous connections to the watershed. And already, even with limited capacity, we have seen these values in action through our partnerships and in the ways we are able to connect with community. For example, within the Sandy River Delta area, we have been in collaboration with the Mad Bears LLC group, which is an Indigenous restoration group that practices Indigenous values in their restoration methods. We've been able to partner with people of color outdoors, and even private landowners, chatting with them and understanding how we can be strategic and uplift the restoration activities already happening in the watershed and bring them to a new level. With our partnership has really been our main value. And yeah, as a lifelong Oregonian and environmentalist, this watershed is an incredibly vital part of not just the Portland metro area, but beyond. So I hope that this is compelling and shedding some light on why full funding would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Okay, Carson, are you there?
I am. Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you. Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair Boyer, members of the board, thank you for the time today to provide testimony at your July board meeting. It's great to be here virtually with you all. For the record, my name is Carson Kendrick, and I'm the Conservation Director at the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, where I represent 32 member land trusts, SWCDs, and conservation organizations working across Oregon to protect our most special places. Now that the 2025 Oregon legislative session has wrapped up, I wanted to jump on here and share some updates with the board. First off, we know this was a really tough legislative session for natural resources priorities. So today I wanted to share some wins, some losses, and look at what is on the horizon for 2026. In the wins category, I want us all to celebrate the $2 million allocated for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program grants and administration. We know this is not nearly enough funding to satisfy the demand for these grants across the state, but we heard time and time again that this is a real win for this program and an important step to further institutionalize the program as part of OWEB's budget and a core program of the agency's mission. We also secured permanent recreational immunity protections through SB 179, which removes the sunset language from the temporary protections passed in 2024 and adds walking, biking, and running on the list of recreational activities, and really just allows our land trusts and public landowners across the state to continue to let people on the land to recreate. The legislature also invested $10 million into the private forest accords mitigation grants and additional funding to support related committee activities. We celebrated permanent wildfire funding through HB 3940, which provides $43 million a year for wildfire suppression and mitigation. The passage of HB 2256 to reduce the liability around non-legal lots for conservation purposes, and wildlife connectivity policy improvements through HB 2978. Unfortunately, many of our other priorities and those across the conservation community went unfunded this session. We were not able to secure additional funding for the Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, or the Natural and Working Lands Fund. We know all of these programs are important and that there is great demand for additional funding for the work across the state. But now that the session is finished, we are working at Colt to identify some fall legislative tour locations to highlight these programs and do some additional education. We're planning to focus at least one tour on the drinking water program and another on OAHP and the program's impact. So in the next few months, we will also begin working on our 2026 legislative policy priorities and will return in the short session to continue to advocate and educate on these programs. Thank you again so much for the time to comment today.
Thank you so much. Russ.
Just a comment, Carson, thank you so much for the work that you are doing and the members of Colt to advocate on our behalf for the programs that you had mentioned. And I look forward to ultimately getting a win for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. The demand is growing significantly, and we just need to continue to keep focused on that out to the future. But I want to thank you for your diligence and focus and determination to get us through successfully. The $43 million for the fire program is a real coup, and look forward to seeing that take hold. Thank you.
Thank you, and members of the board.
Mark Webb.
Mark Webb, for the record. I didn't know if we were done with public comment. I had a question for clarification that goes back to Antone's comment, but it is for OWEB staff. Is that right?
Do we have any more public comments?
Yeah, so my question is, I think I've been on a OWEB board for less than a year. I recall discussing water acquisition at the Lapine sort of property and then the last meeting. So I can only recall two. So I'm curious how many water acquisition requests have come before us in the last year or two? Because I wasn't aware that the 3 million could be pulled back. And so I'm just trying to get a sense, not to be defensive or anything, but how often that's actually coming to us, place this in a larger context. So.
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis. I'm joined by Acquisitions Special Programs Manager. I'm joined by Brian Wolcott. Brian may need to help with numbers, but first, Mark, I think when you mention Lapine, I think you're thinking about Paulina Creek Preserve, which was a land acquisition.
Say Paulina, and I know it's not Paulina.
Yeah, so.
There's a water seniority issue in there that I was raising. I don't know that that was water acquisition, but I've only heard us really talk about water-related issues like that twice.
Okay, so, and Paulina did have an in-stream component that that Deschutes Land Trust was working on. In terms of the water acquisition cadence, those have been coming to you annually since 2023. Yep, because the funding came in 2022. Brian, do you recall, in 2023, there were 3 applications?
Yes.
Is that right? 24?
3.
Okay.
For the record, Brian Wolcott, Water Acquisitions Grants Program Coordinator and Capacity Coordinator. And over the last 3 grant cycles, we've had 8 or 7 applications come in. One was deemed ineligible due to the project being completed way before the deadline, and we couldn't compensate them for work done several years ago. But the other projects did come before the review team and were recommended to the board. But yeah, so a total of 7 over 3 grant cycles.
And how many of those did the board say no to? Any of them?
The board did not counter the review team recommendation. The April discussion, as you know, I think identified board concerns that the review team had identified also in terms of struggling with that kind of sweet spot that I described yesterday, but ultimately you did not overturn the technical review team recommendation.
Just to clarify, Brian, you said 7 projects came before the board, but there were a number of projects that were not recommended for funding.
There was one project deemed eligible, so that wasn't brought before the board. There was also a staff or a TRT recommendation that was brought to the board to not fund one of the projects. and we may be seeing that one again in the future.
Dan?
So just to be clear, because I think I got it, but I'm not 100%, the fact that the $3 million was rescinded was essentially because OWEB didn't receive enough eligible qualified grants to use that funding up?
I think, I don't know that that is correct, Dan. I think at this point, during the very tight funding situation that we were facing during this legislative session across the enterprise, this is not about OWEB. I think the legislature and Legislative Fiscal Office was probably looking under every couch cushion that they possibly could to try to piece together incredible gaps, not only on natural resources. So I don't know that there is a one-to-one. I think some of the concern is the optics of slower movement of funding that had been allocated. I think that certainly didn't help to make the case when you have a pot of funding sitting there for 3 years and there's still a fair amount of, the majority of that funding is still there, unutilized. But I would not describe this as a one-to-one, but Sarah, please.
I agree with that, and I would add, I think when the funding was originally allocated, I think OWEB staff, and it was well before my time, OWEB staff and leadership were really clear, look, this is going to take a while to spend. We don't have high demand for these projects right now. It is eligible for funding under lottery, and we knew, or we suspected that our demand would be relatively low. So that was an expectation from the outset. It's not that we've been slow to launch the program. It's not, there are not a ton of organizations statewide that are comfortable and experienced taking on this kind of project. There are some. And so I think before the program sweep even occurred, and following the last meeting, partners had reached out to us and said, can we get together and put our heads together on what we can do to increase the volume of applications, maybe the quality of applications? What can we do to get some projects ready for this? So there was a convergence of events, I think, as much as anything, but it was something that we were needing to check in, and one of the reasons I think that staff suggested initiating rulemaking and starting to take a closer look at this program and what we can do to responsibly get those funds on the ground. So there was kind of an odd sequence there, and I agree with Renee. I don't think it was, that any specific set of decisions that OWEB board or staff or review teams made have led to this situation, or that it was unexpected that funding would take a while to get on the ground. But it is time to sit down and take a serious look at it.
Bruce?
Yeah, thanks, Renee. I've always been a little sensitive about the responsibility and authority of the board itself. When the board takes an action, it's not that we overturn the recommendation. We either accept a recommendation or we don't accept a recommendation and vote separately. But we don't overturn it. It stays, the recommendation stays. It's just under our authority whether we choose to accept it or not. So.
Yeah, fair correction. Thank you, Bruce.
Liz? And then Jamie.
Right, Liz Eckpowell for the record. So I know very little about water acquisitions, but thinking about our field trip yesterday, I know how complicated it is to put these things together. And I'm just wondering if sweeping budgets is going to be a thing of our future that is going to be more frequent. Is there something that we need to do to somehow daylight that to the legislature that, by design, land and water acquisitions are complicated. They do take time, and there's a certain amount of length of work and complexity associated with them. Is that worth having some sort of dialogue?
Liz, that really is not a risk in terms of the Measure 76 funding. That cannot be swept in the same way that the other funds account that held the flexible incentives account that held the water acquisition funding can happen. Still, that was a surprise to us. Nonetheless, that was a surprise to us. I don't know that this situation warrants a lot of extra legwork with the legislature. I'm not sure that we will see this again or regularly, but Sarah? thoughts?
Well, I think maybe seeing where our partner feedback on program design gets us. Liz, I think part of your question was specific to next biennium, if we still have funding in this specific account. Is there something we can be doing between now and then to help legislators understand where we're at and that those funds are both, urgently needed and that we have a plan for getting them out the door? So I would reserve judgment on that until we can kind of sit down with partners and see if we see what the best path forward is. But I agree.
Jamie?
I have a procedural question for our co-chairs. The public comment prompted another question, not in this item, but another item. And I just want to know, it's a question of staff, not of the commenter. And I want to know if I ask it now or sneak it into the next agenda item.
Is it related to council capacity or one of the other comments? Because we do have an agenda item, a pretty robust agenda item coming up on council capacity is the only reason I ask.
Well, how about if I just ask it and then you could either have staff answer it now or just say, they'll touch on it. It's a process question, and we've touched on this before, but is it possible for applicants to have an opportunity to respond to an initial review of their application, and I may not fully understand the process, prior to the TRT review and board consideration? I know it's a very extensive process. I'm not trying to put extra work on staff, but we've had this come up before where we get letters that come in saying, but they didn't think about this, and I've heard staff say, well, we didn't have that information, so we couldn't consider it. If you could just comment on the process, either now or if it's more appropriate during a later agenda item.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager, and Brian will actually specifically talk about the process and the opportunity to engage with applicants when we get to that topic.
Lindsay?
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. I've been chatting with Liza Jane, and I think we understand it, but I just want to ask a question about the spending plan and the water acquisitions in context of the 3 million sweep, because there's a couple different lines on the budget. One of them is just land and water acquisition under what the board gets to allocate, and then there's the legislative funding that has that flexible incentive account. So for the 25-27 spending plan, given the 3 million sweep back, what are it says here 5 million for the water acquisition. Would that be accurate?
Stephanie Page, for the record, that 5 million is accurate, and that incorporates the sweep that took place.
Thank you.
All right. We're going on schedule.
We're a little break. We're a little ahead.
It's called. Check out yours for you guys. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Thank you so much to our public commenters. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today and to share your thoughts. And we are going to go on break a little bit early. We've got a 15-minute break, so please be back here at 9:40. Thank you.
Can everybody find your way back to your seats, please? All right.
I'm ready.
I know, so am I.
So in 2014, there were 89 locally recognized watershed councils. Today, there's 60.
Yep, did. All right, that was a well-needed break. All right, we are now back to agenda item I, and I'm gonna call Brian and Courtney up, which are already there, thank you. And I'm gonna let you guys take it away, please.
Can you just do it? I'm just so afraid I'm gonna break something. Oh, yeah. All right, good morning. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager, and with me is Brian Walcott, Acquisitions and Capacity Programs Coordinator. I just want to recognize that's a lot of work for one person, and he's great. So I am going to give just a really quick overview and then turn this over to Brian. So first, as Barbara said, this is agenda item I. The staff report can be found on page 74 in the ebook. 76 is the map of the locally recognized watershed councils that we showed yesterday. Page 77 is the staff funding recommendation. We're trying something new this time with the board books. There is a separate document that contains the evaluations, and I just want to make sure everyone has found that. The council capacity evaluations start on page 2. Page 63 is the Sandy River Watershed Council evaluation, and pages 50 through 51 are as the evaluation for the Umatilla Watershed Council. I also just want to thank the folks that provided public comment this morning from both the Sandy River Watershed Council and those that provided public comment yesterday during the spending plan, the North Clackamas Urban Watershed Council, Tryon Creek Watershed Council, and Lake Oswego Watershed Council. I'm quickly going to circle back to the questions that arose yesterday before I turn this over to Brian. And what you see on the screen right now is the eligibility criteria for watershed councils. This determines who can apply for a council capacity grant application and go through our review process. This is the language that is in rule. This is the language that was adopted in 2014 and prohibits Tryon Creek, North Clackamas, Lake Oswego, and other newly formed watershed councils from applying for the council capacity grant. This is one of the reasons why we've been talking internally as well with the board and the Conservation Partnership about the need to revisit the council capacity rules. They were adopted in 2014 and many things have changed in Oregon and for our board in that time. This is the slide from the board adopted guidance document. This is the guidance document that staff use as we move through the process during the many month-long evaluation process, and what we use to determine the staff funding recommendations that we're bringing you today to discuss. This is where I want to emphasize, and we've been talking about with the Partnerships and Capacity Committee, it is in board adopted guidance that councils that do not meet all the merit criteria received reduced funding. It is in the board's decision space to decide if they want to fully fund a council that staff have recommended for reduced funding. It does not go against rule. It is in board adopted guidance. And as we talk through the rest of the presentation today, Brian will be emphasizing that point, and then we will obviously get to the board decision at the end of our presentation. Are there any other questions? Okay, Brian. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, for the record, Brian Walcott, the Capacity Coordinator as well as Water Acquisitions Coordinator. And today we'll be talking a bit about the Watershed Council Capacity Grant Program, how we work through the eligibility and merit criteria evaluation. But the map that you see on the screen right now is a map of the locally recognized watershed councils. And watershed councils are locally based. They're voluntary, they're non-regulatory organizations. They're designated by local government, and watershed councils are briefly defined in statute. And I'll go ahead and read that. Watershed council means a voluntary local organization designated by a local government group convened by a county governing body to address the goal of sustaining natural resources and conducting watershed protection, restoration, and enhancement within a watershed. OWEB does not create or oversee watershed councils, but we may provide capacity funding for watershed councils, and OWEB has been doing that for the last several bienniums, actually, since OWEB has existed, and even before OWEB, the Governor's Watershed Enhancement Board provided capacity funding, and that as recommended in the Measure 66 legislation that passed, and then that was reconfirmed in the Measure 76 legislation.
This is a slide that we have begun to use in many of our funding presentations to the board, and just reemphasizes the fact that through our grant programs, we are granting out funds to support activities necessary for the items in the blue box, which directly come from the Constitution. So when we're talking about watershed councils, I want to emphasize that we consider the Watershed Council capacity grants as well as the Soil and Water Conservation District capacity grants to fall both within technical assistance and engagement and outreach. These organizations are directly working with landowners and local partners throughout their communities to develop and build relationships which lead to future on-the-ground projects that align with the goals of the Constitution and Measure 76.
There are many watershed council success stories of projects they've been implementing and working with their communities around the state, but there's a few highlights I wanted to mention. Watershed councils are currently leading focused investment partnerships in several locations around the state. That's occurring in the Mid-Coast, the Hood River, Lake County, Johnson Creek, Coos Watershed, and Siuslaw. Not only are watershed councils implementing fish passage projects, river habitat projects, they're also completing more complicated and more extensive Stage 0 floodplain restoration projects, and that's been accomplished by the McKenzie Watershed Council, Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, and the Malheur Watershed Council. An example of what we see in a typical watershed capacity application is a list of accomplishments over the biennium. One that really caught my eye was a Lake County Umbrella Watershed Council. Over the last 2 years, they've implemented 32 projects, including wildfire recovery work with 430 landowners, 430. And they've also improved over 24 miles of stream and riparian habitat, and they've secured over $10 million in match funding, in addition to the capacity funding that they received 2 years ago of $166,000. So pretty good leverage for OWEB. The other watershed councils that have been involved with wildfire response and post-fire recovery and restoration with their communities and their natural landscapes have included the North Fork John Day, the South Fork John Day, the Middle Fork of the John Day, Gillum, Klamath, Malheur, Owyhee, North Santiam, McKenzie, and the Rogue River Watershed Council. So they stepped up to help their communities and landscapes respond to the disasters that have been occurring from wildfire. Several watershed councils have been implementing DEI initiatives. For example, the Tualatin Watershed Council has completed an equity action plan and are looking for new ways to engage rural communities, but there are other examples across the state. There's also examples of partnerships and outreach. For example, Lucky Mute Watershed Council is working to develop an urban watershed restoration program, and is first convening a local project team from the community to hear from the community on concerns, interests, and priorities, and then they'll be implementing that planning process and then implementing projects that come out of it. The Powder Basin Watershed Council is noted for its continued commitment to low-tech process-based restoration in partnership with the Forest Service and utilizing a youth workforce to help implement those projects. The Lower Rogue Watershed Council has been developing the necessary partnerships to secure the funding and work through challenging permitting to complete large-scale estuary restoration projects. And all these things have been happening as new challenges have emerged. There's been increased permitting costs, increased permitting delays. Inflation has been a big factor as councils pull together the funding sources they need to implement a project, only to find that parts, materials, cost of contracting have all gone up, and they have to go out and seek additional funds to make sure that project can be built on the ground. There's also been the federal funding issues and uncertainty, and these have been new challenges for watershed councils, in addition to the ongoing challenges of small nonprofits struggling with hiring staff and retaining staff. And just yesterday, I got an email that we've lost a successful watershed council coordinator in one of our basins to another nonprofit. So, I mean, she's still around. Do great work.
Thank you for closing that loop.
But a loss to the watershed council community, but she is going to help in the transition to the staff that'll be continuing in her place.
Had a moment there.
But the decision pathway to fund watershed councils, there's initially an eligibility review process when the application materials come in. And this is in Oregon Administrative Rule. It's completed by staff and based on the application materials that we receive. Following that, there's an initial merit review. This is in board adopted guidance and it's completed by staff and based on application materials. There are some councils that may not meet all the criteria or show some progress, but we have some questions and they go through a secondary merit review process. And this is in board adopted guidance. It includes an external review panel of experts, folks that have familiarity with watershed councils, and they help OWEB staff to have a look at the application materials and then conduct an interview with board members and the staff of a watershed council. And out of that process, there's a staff funding recommendation, and that's through board adopted guidance. It's a result of a merit review, and it also factors in available funding, and that is brought before the board, and that's what's happening today.
The one thing I would add here is when we did the rules in 2014, the green box was specifically requested by the watershed councils that were on the Rules Advisory Committee, recognizing that these are 2-year grants. And sometimes councils don't come across clearly in an application. So it does provide that opportunity, Jamie, for there to be a conversation with the council and, hey, did we have questions? Oh, you can answer our questions so you can actually be recommended for full funding instead of reduced funding, because we were able to answer those questions through a dialogue instead of the decision being made just based on the paper application.
Oh, sorry, Jamie.
Thank you. And just because I was looking at the diagram when you started talking, you're talking between the blue box and the green box, that's when that conversation takes place?
The green box is when that conversation
Okay.
takes place before we develop a funding recommendation.
Okay, so if I were to come in and representing an organization and went through the initial review, I would assume at that point, some people drop off the list. But then if I make it through that first initial review, but then there's some questions about the robustness of my application, that's when there's opportunity for dialogue. Because I've heard in the past some concern about, well, it's not fair, it's not fair to Jessie if she doesn't say anything, but you come forward and if you were kind of close, how are we dealing with that fairness issue as well?
Yes, so for councils where there are no questions in the initial review, so we feel like they've met all the merit criteria, so they would be recommended according to the guidance document. Those councils are notified that they will be recommended for full funding, that there's no questions on their application. For councils where there is a questions that were raised during their initial review, they are also notified and invited requested to come in for the secondary review where we have the dialogue with them.
Got it.
And that is their opportunity to address our questions and concerns. And so when Brian gets farther down in the presentation, he'll talk about what the results are then of that dialogue and how it can change the staff funding recommendation.
Thank you for that clarification. And has that been a change made over time?
That has been since 2014 when we adopted these rules
Okay.
for council capacity grants.
Yeah, because that sounded like a staff process improvement to me in terms of making that more accessible, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Dan?
What I think is amazing about that secondary review piece is that you're also bringing in like third-party external reviewers. Could you just touch on who those folks are?
So those, we try to find, we have other nonprofit organizations that work closely with watershed councils through the state, nonprofit, other foundations. And then we've often been able to bring in former watershed council coordinators. So maybe they're a couple years removed from being a coordinator at a watershed council. They maybe work for a state agency now or another nonprofit. We've been able to bring folks like that in. We've had DEQ's volunteer water quality monitoring coordinator in the past has been a reviewer because it works so closely with folks across the state. So a variety of people that have, and we try to get folks from all, a variety of regions in the state. The local RPR also participates in that secondary review because they obviously have experience working in that community. So people that have experience working and understand the challenges of watershed council work.
That's phenomenal. Great. Thanks.
Russ?
Thank you, Russ Hoflick for the record. Yesterday, we experienced on the ground the power of hearing from staff who have been in a system, particularly the Soil and Water Conservation District, for over 10 years and the relationships associated with that. So it isn't a laughing matter when in fact we hear about a staff turnover in a watershed council, even being promoted to something else. And we have to understand what is motivating individuals to either look for a job or be solicited by others, and what does it take to retain powerful, highly skilled individuals on the ground to do the extraordinary work that you were describing. I think about that Klamath project and the relationship with over 400 individuals. So, 400 different projects, excuse me. How you do that and in a process where we are losing people, and I want to understand as we go through the rulemaking process, whether there is a failure in our structure that is causing people to leave prematurely, and if there are things we could do to retain people long-term.
Thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, thanks, Courtney. Brian, all four of the boxes contain the word staff or have the word staff. But it's different, they're different staffs. As I read through it, I was just a little confused. I had to think about, now, which staff is this? It would help me if you could expand, or just add a word to tell me which staff we're talking about.
Good question, Bruce. Again, for the record, Brian Walcott, Capacity and Acquisitions Coordinator. I'm the staff person that does that initial eligibility review as applications come in, and I also do that initial merit review. And sometimes I do have questions and I reach out to the regional program representatives that have been working with these councils over the last biennium and frequently multiple biennia, and to just get some further information. And then with that secondary merit review for those councils, that brings in Courtney and the regional program representative for that region where the watershed council is.
And just to clarify, in the green box, interview with watershed council board and staff. I think that's the one that was probably confusing to you. So the green box is the interview with the watershed council's board. So we invite the executive committee and the watershed council's executive director.
Okay, so that's the outlier.
Yes.
Green box. All right, thanks.
And I did want to mention one other OWEB staff person that we bring in for those secondary merit reviews, and that's Eric Williams, our restoration program manager.
Jamie?
Wanted to ask a soft question, but first, really wanted to follow up on Russ's comment. I wholeheartedly agree. Also, as a small clarification, I laughed because my initial understanding of the language was that the person had passed on from this earth, and so when I heard that they had not, that was the laugh of relief for me. But I strongly agree that the issue you've raised about keeping good people and make sure they're adequately compensated is really critically important, and how we grapple with that with limited funds, I think, is very, very important. I want to ask a kind of soft question, and it may be more of a recommendation. And it's something really that came from conversation I had with folks in the field. An idea that came up was for TRTs, and it was said with great respect to the work they're doing, but for the opportunity for there to be potential cross-pollination of ideas and experiences and perspectives from across the state. I mean, local experts are important, but sometimes the comment was made that sometimes folks in one area get used to a certain practice or ideas and could potentially learn from others across the state. I know these are volunteers, I know it's a matter of time, but I don't know if you want to comment that or just receive that as a comment from someone, one of our colleagues in the field.
Thanks. Appreciate that, and I think we'll just add that to our continuous improvement opportunities.
Thank you.
So hold on, I want to kind of get some clarity. So my understanding on this funding is not to fully fund a watershed council. It is to help them use the money to leverage. So, I mean, I feel like you think that we've got gaps, but this is just to be helpful. So then they can go find funding for leveraging. So I think that's always been my understanding. This is not to fully fund a watershed council, this money.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, and I would say yes, when the board adopted the rules in 2014, the conversation and the guidance that was stated essentially is around the council capacity grants are meant to help support operating costs of effective watershed councils, are intended to be performance and outcome based and contain high standards for eligibility, reporting, and accountability, and that is from the board adopted guidance document.
Sorry, Mark Webb.
Mark Webb for the record. I want you to know that is a record. I said it twice. So my question is just to better understand the actual funding levels. So a consistent kind of lump sum for all of the watershed councils makes sense to me. But the geographies they operate within are quite different. And some are more rural and less rural. And then I asked that, or I have this question in the context, I used to serve on a behavioral health care organization. And for the rural communities, the decision was made to actually allocate more money because the cost of services were higher in those kinds of areas. So I'm not asking for changes in funding. I'm good with everything. But why do we feel good with this sort of straight across funding?
And I'm laughing because prior to adopting the rules in 2014, we actually had two calculators that we applied to council capacity grants. One was based on the size, and one was based on if there were sub-councils that operated underneath the larger council. When we went through the rulemaking process, the argument was raised by urban watershed councils, well, we have to knock on more doors. Yes, you have to drive more miles. We have to knock on more doors. Why is that fair? And so through the 2014 rules advisory process, we got rid of all of those bonus calculations, and now just have the merger bonus that is provided to those councils that have merged. But that was in the rules prior to 2014.
Same thing, so that makes sense.
Okay, moving on. Next, I wanted to talk about the eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria seeks to ensure that OWEB's council capacity investment is an effective and accountable use of public funds, and that it supports councils that fit the definition of watershed council in law, and that it encourages councils to build partnerships in the communities to restore watersheds. These eligibility criteria define how OWEB will determine whether a watershed council is eligible to apply for a council capacity grant. The eligibility criteria do not limit or control the existence of watershed councils. Watershed councils may form around the state according to Oregon revised statutes. However, OWEB shall not accept or fund an application for a council capacity grant unless it determines the council or group of councils meets the eligibility criteria. And what OWEB reviews when it looks at applications are governance documents that the Watershed Council provides, including bylaws, policies, procedures. There's a list of required topics to be included in the in those, and that's in the Oregon Administrative Rules. For example, a designation by a local government, just a document that shows when a local county recognized a watershed council. Some of those we look at, they're from the early 1990s. There's making sure that there's only one watershed council for a geographic area, that we don't have two watershed councils overlapping. There's also that the council has adopted a council action plan on how it's going to work with the community to restore and protect the watershed, that their bylaws and charters align with Oregon statutes, and that they demonstrate a diverse set of interests on their watershed council boards, that they're representing the communities where they work. The merit evaluation is based on 4 merit criteria that have sub-criteria within each one. We want to see that councils are demonstrating effective governance and management. We want to see that they're making progress in planning, progress in community engagement, and progress in on-the-ground restoration. And the purpose of these criteria are just to ensure a strategic and accountable investment in public funds, encourage continuous improvement in all 4 merit criteria, and to ensure the councils are working to grow and strengthen their role in the watershed. The staff funding recommendation after reviewing the applications is that 54 watershed councils are recommended for full funding. 53 of those are recommended to be funded at an amount of $175,840 for the upcoming biennium, 25 to 2027. One council is recommended to be funded at the higher merger funding rate, and that's the Rogue River Watershed Council. And that council is a merger of what had been 5 watershed councils in the mid to upper Rogue River Basin. And the calculation was determined and confirmed by the board at an April 2019 meeting, and when the board discussed providing ongoing merger support for councils that have merged, and there's a calculation formula that was worked out, and that comes out to $439,600 for the Rogue River Watershed Council. Some watershed councils have funding recommendations that include special conditions, and those are provided in the evaluation packet.
Brian, I have a question on that. Barbara Boyer for the record. So you say ongoing funding for the merger. Does it sunset at any time? Like for that larger pool?
No, so it is, in board adopted guidance document, when we had the Rogue River Watershed Council successfully go through the merger process, the board had multiple conversations of it around that and decided to provide ongoing additional support to those merged watershed councils and any other future watershed councils that would choose to go through a merger process. So they get an additional amount of funding each biennium on top of the base funding that other councils receive.
Oh. Okay. Thanks.
And there were 5 watershed councils that were determined that they should go through the secondary review process. 3 of those councils, after the interview and board discussions with our review panel, decided that 3 of those councils are recommended to receive full funding, and that's the Coquille Watershed Association, Middle Deschutes Watershed Council, and Sherman County Area Watershed Council. They all demonstrated that they met or showed progress in all of the merit criteria and are recommended for full funding.
Eliza Jane?
Thank you, Brian. The Coquille, you are requiring progress reports, and I'm curious what happens if in the 2 years they don't do that?
So they are showing great progress. They've had a lot of staff turnover over the last few years, some struggles. They are working closely with the Wild Rivers Coast Alliance. They have some assessment funding from them. Wild Rivers Coast Alliance actually also sits on the secondary review panel. And in conversations with them, we all agreed, and in conversations with the Coquille Watershed Council, that just to provide a little additional support and reminder to make progress on those assessment things, to provide updates to us, and we can lean in and be engaged and be a good partner to figure out if they do need additional support. I don't believe in conversations with the board that they'll miss any of those, that they're more of just reminders that we all continue the conversation, provide support to them as they've gone through multiple transitions and are looking to hire a stable watershed council coordinator and improve their effectiveness in the community.
I hear you saying you're confident that they will. Yes. Great, thanks.
This next slide is, I'll spend a little time explaining this graphic, but this is a description of the 5 watershed councils that went through the secondary review process. And you'll see those down the left column, and then across the top, you see the 4 merit criteria. The color coding demonstrates how they did with meeting the merit criteria for each council. Red meaning they did not meet the merit criteria, yellow that they demonstrated some progress, and green that they met the merit criteria. And then the funding recommendations that came out of that. And just to provide a snapshot of the 3 that went through the secondary review process and were recommended for full funding, the Coquille is just now wrapping up a contracted organizational assessment process that they worked through with staff and their board and partners in the basin. And they have successfully worked through how they're going to be making some improvements to governance and management. And in addition to that, they did some review of their accounting processes and came up with some resulting improvements they can do there and are starting to implement that. So we are feeling confident that they're moving forward and on a good track. The Middle Deschutes Watershed Council has demonstrated that they are currently working on some planning processes and are engaged in those, but they also have some upcoming planning lined up that came out during the interview process, and we're anticipating that those planning processes will lead to restoration projects in some of the subbasins within the Middle Deschutes region. The Sherman County Area Watershed Council had a gap in funding. They weren't funded last biennium, but they still had an active board and staff that kept meeting, kept doing outreach with their community and implementing projects. So it's just a great example of commitment on their part to be able to try to keep moving forward, and they were able to accomplish some of the merit criteria. And with our interview with the board members and their staff, we felt confident that they're going to successfully implement their watershed mission with the capacity funding. So as part of the funding recommendation, there's a reduced funding recommendation and a no funding recommendation. One council recommended for reduced funding is the Sandy River Watershed Council, and this reduced funding is 80% of full funding. It would be $140,672, a reduction of what other watershed councils would be receiving at around $175,000. And the funding recommendations include special conditions. And one council's recommended for no funding, and that is the Umatilla Basin Watershed Council. And I've got a couple slides to just provide a snapshot of what we've observed with these 2 councils. The Sandy River Watershed Council had been receiving up until the 2017, 2019, they had been receiving capacity funding, and then even through 2019, 2021, they have been a successful council in the past, completing multiple large-scale restoration projects in the mid and upper Sandy River Basin. But they were starting to face some challenges and ended up not receiving capacity funding. The council had dissolved and did not receive funding last biennium. However, over this period where they did not have capacity funding, they did a tremendous amount of work in rebuilding the Watershed Council. They were able to get private foundation funding, and with a contractor team and the 5 active board members, they were able to create charter, bylaws, and do one of the biggest engagement efforts I've seen with local communities, going out doing workshops. They did extensive survey work as to what their role should be in the watershed, their priorities, and they got over 200 responses from the community on that. They have been reestablishing partnerships that existed with the prior Sandy Watershed Council, and they are confident that they're going to be able to leverage those partnerships into projects on the ground with partners and private landowners. And so that's a status. Unfortunately, with the merit criteria, the way it was currently set up as staff had set that up, they are challenged because they are expected to have completed restoration projects, but they had no capacity funding. The council didn't exist for a period of time, and they've been working on rebuilding and really putting a lot of thought into what types of restoration projects they're going to do in the future, how they're going to partner with the community, and they've done a great job of coming up with strategies of how they're going to work with the diverse parts of Sandy River, both the urban and rural parts of that watershed.
Jamie, you still have a question?
I'm waiting to talk to this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's related to this.
Okay.
And the Umatilla Watershed Council had been receiving capacity funding up through the years. Through the last biennium, they were showing some challenges, and in 2023, they received reduced funding. And they did, over the last biennium, they were able to complete 2 projects. However, I'd like to caveat that by they had quite a bit of support from partnering organizations, both a neighboring watershed council and one of the project partners was able to get those 2 projects completed. One was a design project, the other was a fish passage restoration project at 2 different locations. They faced many challenges. They were functioning without any staff, and they're currently down to 3 board members, and they're struggling and trying to determine whether they want to continue as a watershed council, potentially merge with a neighboring watershed council, or dissolve and perhaps a new watershed council might form in the future. So, okay, you go ahead.
Tag teaming here. So we wanted to just provide a little bit of background on OWEB's history of Do Not Fund and our interactions with Do Not Fund watershed councils. This was a specific question that came up during the Partnerships and Capacity Committee. So over time, since we adopted the rules in 2014, there have been almost 1 council per biennium that becomes a Do Not Fund watershed council, a staff recommendation because of inadequate performance. The reasons behind this vary in each community and each watershed council. OWEB's goal always is we want to see effective watershed organizations in every community in our state. That's how the work gets done. We are, as I tell my children on a regular basis, paper pushers, so people in the community can do great work. But it's also our responsibility to ensure effective use of state funds. So over the period of time, some of the examples of watershed councils that have been do-not funds and have come back for full funding. One example is the Middle Deschutes, which we just talked about. They had do-not funding many years ago. It's a challenging watershed to work in. They had trickled down to just 2 board members at the time, and we gave them a do-not fund recommendation. They took some time to refocus, to repurpose. They were able to recruit board members from within their watershed. They also changed their bylaws at their time so that they have a lot of external partners that work in the watershed, a lot of absentee landowners, so there's land managers. They adjusted their bylaws so that they could recruit like a wider variety of board members that were working and represented the watershed. And you can see that they are now, up and running and successful. Tillamook Bay Watershed is another example of a watershed council that over multiple biennia, OWEB recognized that they were facing challenges. We met with them a lot. We provided support where we could, and then eventually ended in a do not fund recommendation. And again, the community rallied. They figured out, what do we want to see in a watershed council? They did an organizational assessment, recruited new board members, hired new coordinator, or they will with this funding. And we're really able to reimagine what the community needs. Sandy River Watershed Council is an amazing story. They were a do not fund for 2 biennia, and that community really did an introspective look. What do we want in a watershed council? How should we form this? Who should we work with? How should we make sure we are representative of a community, of a watershed that has a lot of landowners and land users? And I think they've really done an amazing job in reforming their watershed council. So a do not fund watershed council recommendation by staff is not forever. It is not something we take lightly. It is not something we ever want to do, but we do believe when we have provided all the support that we can through multiple in-person meetings, multiple opportunities to provide guidance and support, and we're not seeing progress, we do believe it's our responsibility to recommend do not fund when we don't see adequate performance.
Is now the time, Jamie?
Yeah.
Questions?
Let me start by saying staff and review teams did a phenomenal job. And so your job was well done and now comes to the board for our deliberation process. But I do want to recognize that very well done work. And it warmed my heart, the last 3 slides. I almost feel like you knew I've asked these questions enough times, so you queued it up. So I really, really appreciate that. I think the point's been made for the Sandy Watershed Council, and I appreciate the comments we heard and that response. That makes sense in terms of that recommendation. And again, in terms of the past direction given, the recommendation for Umatilla makes sense, but I want to dig into that a little bit. And one of the questions I and probably my colleagues have grappled with before is, a part of this criteria is based on the ability to do work, and are we harming that ability by not helping to secure funding? I mean, how do you get funding if you don't have enough funding to provide you with some staff to go out and get it and do some of that work? And so it's a concept of, how do you dig out of a hole if you have no shovel? Wait, that's the wrong analogy. But anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Jamie. For the record, Courtney Schaff. And I did invite Amy Schredt. She is the Region 6 program rep up, and I think she can provide some valuable advice. I will speak from the history of experience and pass it over to these two. So I would say we might be taking away the shovel, but hopefully we're leaving a bucket. Where all of OWEB's other grant programs are still available to any organization that does not receive capacity funding, including the 3 you heard from yesterday: Tryon Creek, North Clackamas, and Lake Oswego. You will see that, Sherman Watershed Council didn't have a capacity grant last biennium, but their board remained active, and they were applying for small grants and getting work done. When we're seeing a council not able to bring together enough board members, so there's not enough buy-in from the community to recruit board members so that they are following their bylaws. These are the kinds of things that make us to make this recommendation, because we've Brian and Amy have gone out multiple times and met with them and provided support and tried to provide guidance and recommendations. I think the community has, including the Umatilla SWCD and the Walla Walla Watershed Council have provided support, but there's just concern that there's not enough momentum to continue with the people that are showing up.
Thanks. And if, Amy, before your comments, if I could just flag 3 concepts that fall within that if you could speak to. One is, to this point of a wide variety of board members, having people who can be board members by definition means people who can volunteer their time. And I really don't want conservation to be the luxury of the affluent. And so that is one of the challenges we have. That criterion makes sense, but that's also one of the challenges that I think we should be sensitive to and aware of. And also in rural communities where, you have one person who is the fire chief and the guy who has multiple roles in a community, especially during crisis. You see this all the time. And so, I'm that concern. The second is impact on our other projects if this funding is not awarded, because we did hear during our site visit a comment, and I think Bruce mentioned this as well. One of the speakers talked about 10 years of relationship built up over time, and if we're not investing in these relationships, we can lose that component. And the point he made was a lot of their work is based on trust, and if they don't have those relationships built up, it's going to harm the work going forward. And then the third point, and I don't know the degree of this, but I don't know the degree of involvement of the tribes, CTUIR, with this effort. And one of the things I've learned from my housing work, my affordable housing work, is the tremendous complexity of that added layer. If a federal government BIA engagement or approval is all required, so I don't know if that would apply potentially even tangentially in this case, but there may be additional complexities. And so Amy, if you could just speak to some of those potential complexities that may be in this situation.
Yeah, hi, Amy Charette, Region 6 Program Representative. I think in this situation, Umatilla tribes are a partner of the Watershed Council, and they have been, and they were the ones that were referred to as completing the projects when Umatilla Watershed Council lost their staff. And so I think that they are there and available to help. I think the other partners are there and available to help. And it is an opportunity for kind of the partners, the existing board members, even the county to take a look at what the role of the Watershed Council is and come up with a plan moving forward if they choose to. They do have support from partners and other agencies. And like Courtney mentioned, they have the ability to apply for existing OWEB grant opportunities.
Mark Lebhart.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of talk overarching for a little bit instead of getting into detail. Watershed councils, in my opinion, are where the rubber meets the road. I think we would all agree with that. If you calculate, and probably nobody's ever done this, but if you calculate the number of volunteer hours that watershed councils put in out of labor of love or something fun to do, or I really care about the resource, whatever their rationale is for volunteering, it's probably in the millions and millions of dollars that the work gets done on the ground. And it is amazing to me how many volunteers there are out there that care enough to take their weekends or their family or their kids with them to go out and root around in a stream or build habitats or whatever the project is for the day. They deserve a huge amount of accolades and credit. And, our role, while Brian said it very clearly, we do not create and we do not oversee watershed councils, but we do provide, in many cases, a significant amount of funding for the administrative portion of these watershed councils. And I'm glad we do. My worry is, and we're moving in the right direction, so I'll say that, but in 2014, we had 89 watershed councils, 89. And now we're have 54 that are asking for a source of revenue to keep them alive for the next biennium. So it's a 2-year effort, that we're proposing to fund today. Every year, at least in the 6 years I've been here, we have heard from watershed councils that, boy, we sure could use a little more funding. Maybe we could index, our funding, or maybe we could if we could just get a little bit more. And so my mantra has always been, we only have a certain amount of dollars that we have. And then for the amount of watershed councils that are asking for funding, in this case, 54 that are asking for it. And I realize of those, we have a couple that we need to discuss. But that ends up being about $175,000 for each of those. And so just the math, if we had less watershed councils, in other words, combine, we would have more dollars to give to those watershed councils. And the Rogue is a classic example of a success story where they did do that and combined, and we rewarded them for that effort. And I'm sure it was somewhat difficult because there's, this is our area and this is our area, but they got together and combined, and now, we're talking about giving them $439,000 for that effort, for that combination of watershed councils. So my point in summary is that I would really like to get more than $175,000. That's not going to happen today. But if we had less watershed councils, if we had more watershed councils that said, we really get along with this neighbor next door watershed councils, and maybe we could get together, and next biennium, the department, OWEB, would give them some more funding and combine, and instead of $175,000, maybe we could get like the Rogue did and get more money and do more great work. So I just lobby for that maybe we could get those 54 down to some other number where we could combine those and work together. And we're willing to step forward, in my opinion, and help that process through so that we can get them more than $175,000. That's not a lot of money for 2 years for these watershed councils. And I'd love to be able to say, yeah, thank you for getting together and combining, and we're going to give you an award for that, and keep doing the really good work that you're doing. So I'm not asking for any changes or anything. I do this every year, by the way, Sarah. So please, watershed councils that are listening out there, look for opportunities to combine your resources, because we can reward you for that effort. So we know you do the good things, and just keep up the good work, and maybe we can reward you for bringing together some of your resources so that we can give you some more money. Thanks.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, and I did give Mark some numbers. He asked me questions. One clarification, Mark, there are 56 watershed councils that applied for funding that we're discussing today. 55 are recommended for funding. One is not recommended for funding, the Umatilla. But I did provide you those numbers.
Can I quickly acknowledge, in all fairness, we heard public comment from a number of watershed councils yesterday that spoke to exactly what you described, Mark. And so I'm not sure why I'm daylighting an issue that I don't know how to staff. And I'm not recommending, I didn't recommend that you include funding for organizational collaboration grants in the spending plan. But out of fairness to our partners that commented yesterday, they asked for funding in the spending plan for organizational collaboration to be able to explore some of these mergers. And it's complex for us to run a successful program and solicitation around that. You guys will have noticed that we saw Brian twice today because we have less than a full FTE currently running these capacity grant programs. And Brian is also running our water acquisitions program, which we've heard, the importance of. And so I totally agree, Mark, that I think, we should be looking for opportunities to incentivize and support those mergers and shared services agreements and other things like Neil and our other partners mentioned in the last two meetings. And I just, out of fairness, want to say you're suggesting to them consider these mergers, and they kind of came and asked us for money for that yesterday, and we're just not able to staff and support that program right now. So I just wanted to. I'm not disagreeing with anything you say. It's good to know that you say it every 2 years. And I think this is an important thing to maybe check in mid-biennium and see if we're in a position where we can, better staff and support that, where our organizations may be clear about what some of the impacts of this federal funding environment are. So I just, in fairness, I wanted to flag that from our public comment yesterday.
Lindsay.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. So we got to see a preview of this in the Partnerships and Capacity Committee. And those committees are new, and we're hoping to be board liaisons to help facilitate some of these conversations. And I just want to acknowledge staff. In that committee, we had asked 2 requests to help the board deliberate and make these discussions and decisions. Those 2 requests were, what is each of the watershed council's history on the ones that either are recommended for partial or do not fund? And those slides were fantastic. We got to see what happened over the last 3 or 4 bienniums and kind of get to see their history. So that's a really good snapshot for us when we're looking at that. So thank you. And then also, what are the next steps? Like Courtney mentioned, sometimes it's okay to take a pause when things may not be functioning smoothly, and to look around, to grow. And I think that was an important slide too, is like, where do we go from here? But overall, like, I think we're in really good shape. We've got 54 across the state that are recommended for full funding and 2 with concerns. We heard from the Sandy River Watershed Council, and unfortunately, the way that the merit boxes are set up, there's no way that they would have scored more than a yellow in their getting projects done on the ground. And so I suspect, because there was no funding for the last 2 bienniums for the Sandy. So just recognizing that even if they did everything right, that merit score would still be a yellow because they didn't have any money to do any projects. For the Umatilla, what I'm hearing is that they're down to kind of 3 board members. There's no staff. The projects that were done were largely led by Umatilla tribe. So I think it makes sense that sometimes we're always every 2 years having these conversations, right? Where like not everybody passes the bar, and I'm really comfortable with that. I'm supportive of voting on this the way that it's presented, and just wanted to touch also on the rogue merger. And I did some math on my own, and if they were separated and not merged and were eligible each for the $175,000 for over the next 2 years, we'd be paying them a check for $879,200. And if you divide that by 2, you get $439,600. So if you take the full funding and cut it completely in half, that's what they're getting for 5 watershed councils. So those are just some comments and observations. Thank you.
I'm going to have Sarah jump in for a minute.
Oh, I was just asking to be put in line.
Oh, you want to be in line? Okay, all right. Dan, please.
And my comment/question is a little tangential, so I can go last if this.
All right, you're going last. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Dan. I'm not sure what that meant, so I don't know what my comments are. First, Courtney, continuous improvement opportunities. Great line. Love that. And it's kind of in line with my thoughts, but I'm going to hold on to that one. I noticed in a lot of the concerns, something that kind of raised to the top was engagement activities. And with community, with landowners, I hear, we hear constantly these darn old landowners, how are we going to get them to talk to us? So I'm wondering if there's best practices out there to assist these councils in how to better engage, how-tos. I know each area has different cultures, but I thought of the land trust model where they all get together, and if we've ever tried something like that for watershed councils to just talk about this issue that seems to keep coming up, and maybe there's a couple getting it done really well and they could share that. Is there something in place like that, or is that reasonable?
Great question. The Network of Oregon Watershed Councils is an organization that serves watershed councils, provides trainings like that. They recently had a watershed council gathering with 61 participants from watershed councils around the state coming in, learning from partners what's working, what isn't. So, and that's been a recurring event through the years. In the past, OWEB used to put on conferences and to bring in statewide partners, including watershed councils, districts, land trusts. Those haven't been occurring anymore due to funding issues and staffing limitations. But there are venues though where, and also the Connect conferences, the Connect Plus conference that's put on by the Oregon Conservation Partnership also is a venue where there's different workshops, trainings, work sessions on engagement opportunities and engagement methods that have worked in some basins that could work in others.
Great, figured so, but didn't know. Okay, thank you. This is just a curiosity about Wasco County. What's going on up there? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 watershed councils that, what's up?
For the record, Courtney Schaff. So they're one of the remaining councils in the state that has sub-watershed councils that are fully functional underneath an umbrella watershed council. It's just the way they're set up. They have the chairs of all the individual watershed councils that you see listed on the map sit on the coordinating board for the Wasco Coordinating Watershed Council. Many other councils in the state used to have that form and function. Many of them have gone away just because it's really hard to sustain that level of community engagement. But it still really works really, really well. If Greg Cianello was here, he would say he's really impressed with how they function and how they operate and communicate with him.
But that umbrella do they get to apply for?
So the umbrella is the applicant, and then it provides support to the individual entities within Wasco County.
Great, thank you very much.
That's all.
Sarah, please.
I wanted to follow up, Jamie, you mentioned yesterday, and make sure that we've fully closed the loop from your comments yesterday. You mentioned yesterday that you thought you remembered a conversation where the board had some space for flexibility. And Courtney and I talked after the meeting, and we think that this is maybe the moment that you were remembering, and that in fact it was from the Partnerships and Capacity Committee meeting, which I think you attended. Could you guys bring up the criteria slide again, the red, yellow, green? I just want to be.
I realized that when I saw the slide.
Did you see it?
No,
I just want to make sure everybody understands here, because we so often, and we had a much more detailed conversation about this in the committee meeting.
Yeah, no, I realized that when I saw it.
Yeah, you've got it, but I want to make sure everybody understands it. Most of our programs, we would be sharing with you evaluation criteria that are in rule that we're making our recommendations based on. As Brian said in the beginning, in this case, we're making recommendations based on board adopted guidance. So when you look at a situation like the Sandy River Watershed Council, we were in a little bit of a pickle, and usually we're in a pickle when we're trying to interpret a rule and then we're really stuck. We can't make any flexibility. When staff, and Courtney and Brian should correct me if I'm wrong here, when staff looked at this situation, we felt that we could not appropriately recommend full funding for Sandy River Watershed Council because of board adopted guidance that set out these criteria, and that, as you said, they just probably couldn't have met. The board does have flexibility in this space. That's your adopted guidance and not rule. So this is the space that we originally talked about, that the board has some flexibility to direct us on this. We didn't feel that we had the flexibility to bring a different funding recommendation to you. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to members.
Russ.
So understanding the limitation staffing wise, and thank you for wearing at least two hats on behalf of OWEB and our needs. But there will be likely opportunities for mergers, and I think about creative ways to solve the gap in staffing that we have. That's just our reality. I think about Terry Rigsby, in terms of being the ED of the network of the Oregon Watershed Councils, has great expertise And I'm wondering if we could rely upon partners, particularly as Lindsay and your committee work together to bring them in to help facilitate where they see opportunities for mergers. Perhaps it could be outside of the professional staff of OWEB to be able to advance those dialogues over the next 2 years.
Thank you.
Carrie's nodding for the record.
All right, you still want to go last, Dan? Okay, Jamie.
I want to make someone else throw out an idea, and I really like that, and Russ, add you to that list. So here's some concerns I have, is if you look at the map, and that's a very helpful map of all the different watershed councils, the Umatilla Basin Watershed Council is thumbnail sketch about 5% of the state land that's covered. And there's an area next to it, probably another 3-4%, that has no watershed council. So we would be leaving, if we don't fund the Umatilla Basin Watershed Council, and I recognize, again, staff has done their job, I recognize the shortfalls. To Russ's comments, there may be additional support that could be provided, but we leave a huge chunk of the state in Eastern Oregon without a watershed council that's funded in this biennium. So that's of concern to me. I appreciate the comment of other partner organizations stepping up to pick up the slack. That's fabulous. And that places additional burden on them. Who's paying their staff time for the work they're doing? And then lastly, I was reflecting on the phenomenal presentation we had last night. And one of my big takeaways was, don't be prescriptive, show the end goal of what you want to accomplish, and invite people to fill in the ways to get there. And when I'm looking at our criteria, especially the board directed that we have some flexibility on, I'm a little bit concerned that we may have been too prescriptive in our expectations. We do need standards, we do need criteria, and again, staff did their job and look at the criteria before us. But I challenge the board to consider whether or not in this situation, given the gap we would leave, if we may have been too prescriptive in our evaluation, ours, not staff's evaluation. So with very serious consideration of my fiduciary responsibilities, I want to invite my colleagues to consider a 50% funding of this for this biennium. It would be enough staffing to keep it to challenge them and to say no funding next cycle if you don't meet a certain standard. But I want to share that with my colleagues for consideration.
Now,
this is Jamie for the record.
Dan.
Yeah, I'm glad I waited because it's kind of related to Umatilla. Because when we were out on that field, I think we're in this whole watershed council space, right? And I was like so impressed by, I guess it was the soil and water conservation person on the ground who's making all these connections and getting this work done. And so this is not a fair question. And so maybe I'm not really asking the question because I didn't do my own homework, but sort of the distinction and difference between the services provided by watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts. I mean, I would have shared that very concern about, holy crap, I mean, the way we get the work done is by having people on the ground making these relationships. And in my little pea brain, I feel like we have some duplicate efforts out there. Because we heard from a gentleman yesterday who is maintaining these relationships and connecting people and getting great work done in this watershed area. And so that's all I was going to say and why it was a little tangential, but it feels good that there's like some duplication out there to make sure that these connections are forming and that we're able to do the incredible kind of work that we saw being done yesterday.
Kelly.
Kelly Coates for the record. I'm a big proponent, obviously, of supporting watershed councils and capacity, and recognize and very much agree with what Mark said about wanting to be able to give them more funding for this work, because this much money for 2 years isn't that much money right now in well, frankly, in our country. And we recognize that in order to get the work done, we have to have the staff to do the work, to get the collaborations together. If you don't have the staff, the work doesn't get done. And I fully understand that and wish we could give all of the watershed councils more money to do this. The thing that I am struggling with, though, however, is I don't know if it's really a money issue with some watershed councils versus a capacity issue. Not having a full board, not having any staff to get anything done, it kind of, to me, sounds like it might be time for a pause and a regroup, and then getting help from Now See, OWEB where we can, to help get things back on track. Because I worry that by just giving funding, it's not actually gonna solve the problem if they can't get the folks to do the work. And so I think it's not only a funding issue, but it's also a capacity issue. And sometimes funding doesn't solve the capacity issue. So that's just what I've been grappling with in my head. And I do want all of our watershed councils to understand that OWEB does want to support you, even if it's not with a funding piece. So I just wanted to state that. Thanks.
Brian.
Yeah, Brian Staub with representing the U.S. Forest Service. Question for, yeah, it's been a really good discussion about the evolution of the number of watershed councils over time and where we are. I think what we're trying to do is maximize capacity to deliver work on the ground, right? And so part of that is the size of these councils, what extent they cover, how many people, what's the complexity, all that kind of stuff, which is pretty complex. And I think we've heard a lot about the size and structure of these, but we heard a little bit on shared services. I'd be curious to, I've only been on the board about a year. Can staff share a bit on where we've seen a lot of successes in shared services, where there might be additional opportunities moving forward? And is that a part of the constantly a part of the dialogue with the watershed councils as they come in with their capacity grants? Is that an expectation that as part of governance for watershed councils that you should be constantly looking at opportunities to maximize delivery and that kind of stuff, including where your needs and opportunities are for shared services?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager. It's not part of the evaluation process because, again, we don't provide direction on how each organization should operate. They need to be following our eligibility criteria. I do know, I just got to spend last week on the South Coast with Ken Fetcher, our monitoring coordinator, and there are 5 executive directors that meet monthly in person for a day, coordinating, providing HR and financial support across to each other. That's a great example of not necessarily when they have formal kind of sharing agreement. We have an entity called Cascade Pacific, RC&D, which provides some shared fiscal management. I can't think of the word right now. Fiscal
sponsorship.
Thank you. Fiscal sponsorship to some organizations in the state. And then there is, in the Willamette Valley, there is several grants that the North Clackamas and Greater Oregon City have applied to together to have shared outreach and coordination. So it's happening sporadically across the state. As the councils kind of talked about the organizational collaboration grant yesterday, there's a desire to continue those opportunities. But often they take an outside facilitator, they take some legal support to make sure that they're operating with, in the realms of what they can do. But there is collaboration happening both formally and informally. And I think maybe at a future partnerships capacity meeting, we could invite Terry from the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils and Andrea to talk a little bit about what they're seeing and how they're collaborating as the statewide organizations and the collaboration they're seeing on the ground.
I've got Bruce next, please.
Thanks. I would like to, I think, agree with the direction that Kelly's going. This is a great case study. We got here, we listened to everything that's going on in Umatilla watershed, and it's fantastic. And it's happening without the efforts of a watershed council. So the objective, our mission, the mission that we all accept and have taken on, is being advanced in the Umatilla watershed. And I'm happy with that. So we've got a council that has not been functioning well. It doesn't seem to be doing a great deal, but other agencies and other groups have stepped up. I think the incentive that we offer is maybe not enough money, but a nice chunk of money if it's there. If they do something. We also have the expertise of our people who can advise and help. They have a statewide organization which will step in and help. So I think it's okay to fail. Groups fail, churches fail, things fail. And so this one, for our purposes at least, it is deteriorated to the point where we can no longer make an award, but that award still sits there and with it. And so I'm fine. I think we've done enough, and we will do more when they ask for more. Thanks.
Liz, please.
So yesterday was so impressive, and sort of the phrase that comes to mind is a rising tide floats all boats. And I just saw this amazing sort of rising tide with all this collaboration. So for me, it's like, why not give the Umatilla Watershed Council a chance? I don't know if half of the funds will get them sort of on their feet and more steady. That's what I'm not sure about. But after looking at yesterday, there's so much support, and I just go back to, another analogy decades ago where we were trying to diversify the organization in the Forest Service. And there was a lot of discussion about, could these women do the job? And I just remember, the regional forester looking at everyone. They can do the job because they have so much support, and you are all really good people, and therefore we're going to take a chance at that. So I just go the rising tide. But then the question is, Jamie, is that going to make a difference, that money? But I think it might. So that's kind of where I am.
Go ahead, Brian.
Just something I wanted to respond to, Bruce's comment that things were happening in this region of the state without a watershed council. And I did want to add that the Umatilla Watershed Council, while they did have a staff, had been doing a series of fish passage projects, and they had lined up 2 projects that just got implemented over the last biennium, even though the staff was no longer here. They developed the partnership, brought in ODF&W, brought in the Umatilla Tribes Natural Resource Program to cost share the project with BPA. That happened with the projects that just got designed and the ones that just got built. And then on Birch Creek, where we were yesterday, a tributary of the Umatilla, through the years, the Umatilla Watershed Council has been one of the partners, along with ODF&W and the Soil and Water Conservation District, working up and down that stream, finding cooperative landowners to do projects And they have, in the past, been an important part of the relationship working with landowners in this county.
Russ, I'm going to call upon you, and then I'm going to call for the vote, because we're at our 75 minutes.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Real fast, I just want to thank everybody for this rich conversation. And I can't help but reflect upon the structure of the watershed councils over time. And to Bruce's comments, I concur with a lot of what you were saying, but I think we are fundamentally stronger today because of the conversations that the staff has had over time about investments to strengthen the councils over time. The mergers are healthy. I find that in the absence of a governing board that is powerfully devoted to a region, no matter how many staff you bring in, you're not building up their capacity to be able to thrive. I think this absence of granting support to the Umatilla may stimulate an opportunity for seeing further improvement and perhaps even addressing the structural gap, the geographic gap that we have. But it is a challenge and it's an opportunity to continue down the same path that we're seeing. The mergers and the stronger organizations that result statewide is a great set of evidence points for us that we're doing the right thing. And again, to the point made earlier by the co-chairs, we can't fund it all. This is incentive money to be able to do the work. And again, I just want to reflect yesterday, the staff member from the Soil and Water Conservation District without a taxing structure is able to thrive in this community to be able to do great work. And how do we incentivize those kinds of behaviors and how do we support them to be able to do the work is really, really important. But I would propose that, my opinion is that we let this one ride, work with the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils to see about how to creatively find a future structure to be able to deal with the bigger gaps in the geography that we're dealing with. But thank you, staff, for the work over time to be able to create the situation where today, no matter what the vote is, we are walking away stronger as a result of your efforts.
All right, thanks for this great conversation and great work, staff. This has been really engaging and wonderful to hear everybody's thoughts. So I would like to call for the vote, please, on this agenda item.
Okay, Lindsay McClary for the record. I move the board award council capacity grants as described in attachment B with an award date of July 1, 2025.
Seconded, Webb? Seconded? Thank you. All right, it's been moved by Lindsay, seconded by Mark Webb. Is there further discussion? Oh, you look like you were ready. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Say aloud, 2 nays?
2 nays. And I just want to say respectfully, disagree with my colleagues, I don't disagree with any of my colleagues' comments. I just come to a different conclusion.
Yeah. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Thank you guys very much.
Is that?
What?
That Kelly was checking to make sure we didn't need to do a roll call vote.
No, there was only two nays. Yeah, we're good, we're good.
I think we're good. Can I take a minute, Barbara, just to echo your thanks for the conversation? I think it was really helpful and really appreciate the boards. And now you see why we waited until we had full staffing for rulemaking, because all of these things will come up in our capacity rulemaking conversations to come. So this is a great start on that.
And I would just like to quickly close and again say Brian has done a great job. I'm the first person in, yes. I'm the first person in the history of OWEB that did council capacity for more than one cycle. And I did it for well past the time that I should have done it. So passing officially the baton to Brian and really stepping out of the picture, and you won't see me up here again for a council capacity award. So thank you, Brian.
And I will continually be asking her for support anyway.
Brian, your training wheels can come off now. All right, so we are moving down to agenda item J. Is Alexa in the room? Yes?
We seem to have lost a lot of folks to a bio break.
I know. I kind of felt like the same way. Just five, we'll take 5 minutes.
Since we're ahead of schedule. I hate to, because Alexa's going to introduce both agenda items. I know you do. It's up to you. It's a suggestion.
Yeah, what time is it? Sorry, what time is it? My phone. All right, we'll come back at 11:10.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Run.
Run.
Mark, I hope
Testing? Oh, is that what you wanted? Okay.
Everybody find your way back to your seats, please. Whew, look at that.
Oh, okay, I was like, what? What am I supposed to do?
So does this all disappear, or do you save it? It disappears. Oh, like, so when this is full, does it disappear?
I didn't hear that. Forward to all your
You
questions.
can always go back to your notes.
Should, if it doesn't go smooth, I don't know what.
Wow.
So it's like,
I watch you, you know.
I love this
You're so
and I
funny.
don't even use it like to its full.
Lag time on
All right, we are moving down to agenda item J, Natural Working Lands Funding Open Solicitation Awards, and I am calling Alexa up to the table. And I see Stephanie and Taylor there too. All right, you guys take it away.
Good morning, co-chairs, Coates and Boyer and board members. My name is Alexa Schmidt and I am the Water and Climate Coordinator here at OWEB. And I'm super excited to be here this morning recommending 6 restoration and technical assistance projects for funding under the Natural and Working Lands Funds. These projects taken together reflect a number of approaches to implementing natural climate solutions. And these projects will help sequester and store carbon while also providing a range of community co-benefits, things like workforce development, wildfire resilience, and supporting culturally significant species. So on this slide, I've just provided a brief kind of reminder of the preview of the fund that I gave back in April. So this is pretty top line, but just to remind ourselves, the Natural and Working Lands funds were allocated as part of House Bill 3409, which was a wide-reaching piece of climate legislation and included a $10 million fund to support the adoption of natural climate solutions to be split across 4 state agencies at the discretion of the Oregon Climate Action Commission. OWEB's allocation of this $10 million was $2.25 million for OAHP grants, which Taylor will talk about next, and open solicitation grants. The legislation also outlined that the fund should be used to incentivize the adoption of natural climate solutions while prioritizing programs administered by or in partnership with tribes and environmental justice organizations. The fund should also leverage other federal and private resources wherever possible and seek to optimize community co-benefits for social, health, or economic impacts. So this slide is a little bit dense, but shows the projects that were recommended for funding, including both those that I'll talk about today, as well as the 6 that were recommended but fell below the funding line. We received 22 applications with a total request of 5.3 million, but just had 1.5 million available. So these were very hard decisions to make amongst our review team members and reflect one of the more competitive recent OWEB grant offerings. So some general observations about the projects that were not recommended for funding were that the proposals often lacked specificity about planned activities and the climate benefits of those activities, or they didn't sufficiently speak to the legislative intent around community co-benefits and may have been a better fit for the open solicitation offering. And then to talk through a bit of the process, while the application was open, I was also working to recruit a review team with people who had climate and equity expertise. The team included people with experience in climate change impacts on Northwest forests, urban forestry and equity impacts of climate change, rangeland ecology, a tribal representative, amongst others. And due to the number of applications received and the challenges with recruiting people from the federal workforce at this time, I also leaned heavily on OWEB colleagues and my counterparts working on the Natural and Working Lands funds at ODA, ODF, and ODFW. This proved invaluable and more so than I expected because those folks were able to help connect the proposed projects with other natural and working lands activities and their agency priorities, such as the native seed strategy. Additionally, since so many people were new to OWEB's grant making, in April I provided an orientation to talk through the evaluation criteria, legislative intent, the eligible practices from the Institute for Natural Resources 2023 report, and OWEB's grant-making process overall. And then in May, each review team, so there were 2 review teams, the 22 applications split into those 2 groups, and in May, each review team reviewed 11 applications, and during the meetings discussed each project and whether they would recommend it for funding. At the end of the day, once the review team had narrowed down the recommended projects, they rank ordered them, and then in consultation with Stephanie and the executive team, I am recommending that the funding line be drawn across the top 3 projects from each group, which includes 5 restoration and 1 technical assistance project, and captures a range of project types and geographies. I also find it helpful to take a portfolio level view of these projects and see them as a package, if you will. On the remaining slides, I will talk through the projects, but then speak to some of the ecological and community benefits in more of a cumulative way, trying to highlight the impacts that they will have together. And I also just want to note that all of the projects that fell below the funding line were also really great projects, and there were a couple of trends I noticed in the lower ranked projects. While we are recommending a couple of projects near urban areas, the 2 projects that fell in more of an urban center, fell below the funding line. I think both of these projects, the Kellogg Dam impoundment and the Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District's work in riparian areas, were really strong projects with a clear equity focus, and it was simply a reflection of not having enough funds available. The second piece that I noticed was around a lack of clarity in the INR report around eligible practices and a tension in the review team around funding innovation. The Illinois Valley proposal to build resources for landowners interested in biochar for fuels reduction is a good example of this. Biochar was included in the Institute for Natural Resources report as an emerging practice rather than a recommended one. And while reviewers thought that this project would help create the evidence base for wider adoption of biochar, they deliberated over whether to fund a project that wasn't specifically recommended in the report. So this slide shows the geographic spread of the projects, and I'll use it to briefly talk through each one. First, in Corbett is a riparian restoration project proposed by the Black Oregon Land Trust, an applicant that is new to OWEB funding. Bolt has proposed a riparian restoration project with equity at its core. This project engages environmental justice communities in learning about and participating in restoration projects on the site. In addressing the question of why here and why now, I'd like to read from part of Bolt's application. Quote, "This is a moment of climate urgency, land-based disconnection, and a rising movement for equity in land stewardship. This site offers the unique opportunity to restore watershed function while building community capacity, shifting who gets to be a part of climate solutions. In addition to ecological goals, this project addresses systemic exclusion and conservation by engaging BIPOC, rural, and frontline community members in all stages, from design to implementation to monitoring." Next, near the project in Corbett, the Clackamas River Basin Council has proposed a project that plans to hire at-risk Youth Corps to conduct restoration work on 80 acres of forest land near Estacada. This project will address the impacts of the 2020 Riverside fire through fuels and noxious weed management, riparian and forest planting, soil carbon enhancement, and forest stand improvement. And then to the west, the Institute for Applied Ecology has proposed a project in deep collaboration with the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. This project will increase the availability of tribal priority oak understory plant materials to support cultural use and restoration projects at CTGR-owned sites. I want to call out how this project implements the priorities of the Oregon Native Seed Strategy through collection and production of locally adapted genetic material and builds on prior OWEB funding through 3 phases of the Plants for People projects, as well as ODA's support for tribal native plant programs. And then continuing south in Douglas County, the Understory Initiative has also proposed an oak habitat project. This project aims to provide landowners with restoration demonstrations, technical assistance, and an expanded native seed bank to support oak meadow restoration. The Understory Initiative plans to partnership with the Oregon Conservation Corps of the Umpqua Valley to employ underserved and disadvantaged young people in fuels reduction and oak restoration projects. And this project also has support from the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians and a strong track record of working with tribal communities. And then to the east, on the other side of the Cascades, the Klamath Watershed Partnership has proposed working with landowners to do post-wildfire recovery work on 506 acres following the 2024 Copperfield fire. This builds on a previous OWEB grant for post-wildfire recovery in the region following the 242 fire in 2020. The Klamath Watershed Partnership has incorporated important learnings from that previous work about reforesting in dry-type pine-dominated stands, especially after high-severity fires. As an example, after experiencing high mortality during a previous heat dome, the Klamath Watershed Partnership is now proposing planting 2 to 3 years post-fire so that recovering vegetation can provide some shade and wind protection. Last but not least, in Central Oregon, the Deschutes River Conservancy has proposed a technical assistance project to scope the feasibility of using cover crop incentive payments to facilitate intra-district water trading in the North Unit Irrigation District. Deschutes River Conservancy aims to examine the requirements of state, federal, and private funding programs in order to facilitate and incentivize producers' participation in the program. On this slide, I've tried to diagram the co-benefits of natural climate solutions. However, I would note that these are imperfect categories as they are often interconnecting and reinforcing. For example, providing job training to youth crews in fuels reduction not only provides economic benefits, but also helps to reduce wildfire risk, and to the extent that those areas don't ultimately burn, improves air and water quality. I would also note that all OWEB programs have community co-benefits, but the mandate with these funds was that they prioritize co-benefits and also consider that a diversity of communities are able to realize those benefits, both in participating in the implementation of the project and in the outcomes of the project. In broad terms, some of the social benefits of these projects include wildfire resilience in Chiloquin, an under-resourced rural area that has been hard hit by wildfire in recent years, restoration education for BIPOC community members in the case of the proposal from the Black Oregon Land Trust, and landowner demonstrations and technical assistance in the Understory Initiatives project. Some of the health benefits associated with these projects include the Institute for Applied Ecology and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde hosting tribal plant collection days that will include first foods and other culturally significant species, as we heard about at dinner last night. Another example is the Deschutes River Conservancy's project. If this scoping leads to water transfers and cover cropping in some of the fields that are now fallow, it would also reduce dust from blowing soils and improve air quality in the region. And then some of the economic benefits of include the multiple projects that have a workforce development component, including the Black Oregon Land Trust providing training for up to 75 BIPOC community members, the Clackamas River Basin Council partnering with Ant Farm to hire at-risk youth, and the Understory Initiative hiring rural youth through the Oregon Conservation Corps of the Umpqua Valley. I also wanted to touch on the climate responsive elements of these proposals as they relate to the climate evaluation criteria. And I want to call out Linda, who very helpfully turned my little sketch into this diagram to visualize the evaluation criteria as a bit of an equation where we see planning for adaptation and resilience, plus engaging the local community, plus designing a climate smart program, all in the context of changing climate conditions in a given region. The projects recommended for funding take this holistic view in a number of ways, but again, I'd like to highlight a few in particular. The 4 projects that have invasives removal as a component of their activities not only help restore native plant diversity, which has a positive impact on the carbon capacity of the soil, this genetic diversity also builds resilience to climate change by having more adaptive capacity to pests and disease. And then the Deschutes River Conservancy project responds to the North Unit Irrigation District being the junior water rights holder, combined with chronic drought conditions, and helps to maintain agricultural viability in the face of climate change. I also want to take a moment to reflect on the process around the Natural and Working Lands offering. On the application process and demand, I think it was really helpful to have a standalone offering that was separate from the regular open solicitation, because we were able to be very clear in the offering about the community co-benefits of the legislative intent. I believe this explicit focus helped solicit new applications and new types of projects in line with OWEB's strategic priorities, including priority number 2, to engage the diversity of Oregonians in watershed enhancement work, priority number 5, to connect urban and working lands to watershed health, and priority number 6, to fund projects that advance climate resilience. Second, I think that the volume of applications speaks to the interest in this type of work and the importance of including a wide range of eligible practices. I also think that our efforts to bring in new to OWEB applicants were largely successful, with this solicitation receiving 3 new applicants, 2 of which were BIPOC-led and 1 of which is recommended for funding today. And on the legislative priority that these projects seek to leverage other investments, the recommended projects are already leveraging $631,000 in other funding and in-kind match, with the potential to leverage much more. A couple of projects to call out are the Institute for Applied Ecology, where the U.S. Forest Service is providing $300,000 for thinning and prescribed burns at the CTGR project sites, and the Deschutes River Conservancy, which has the potential to bring in cover crop incentive payments from the NRCS, ODA, and others. And as it relates to the equity considerations of the legislation, I would note that the applications we received reflected a wide range of familiarity with equity concepts, from very little mention or kind of brief statistical mention to a very deep collaboration with tribes, the inclusion of traditional ecological knowledge, and BIPOC leadership. I also conducted an equity review of this offering as a bit of a retrospective on its strengths and challenges in bringing in new applicants. And on the strengths, I think this was a flexible funding opportunity with the ability to fund a wide range of practices. And as a result, it allowed for organizations to speak to their priorities, both for ecological and community benefits. On some of the challenges, I think despite our best efforts to simplify the process within what we're able to do in statute, there was still quite a bit of technical or jargon-heavy details. As an example, an applicant had to propose a project that fit the restoration or technical assistance evaluation criteria, addressed the climate criteria, included the natural and working lands legislative intent, and adhered to the practices in the INR report. It was a lot. And then on the synergy with other fund agencies, as I mentioned before, I think having reviewers from the other natural and working lands fund agencies was a huge advantage to the process. They were not only able to call out the projects that advance their agency strategies and priorities, such as the native seed strategy, but they were also able to gain familiarity with OWEB's grant-making processes and the projects themselves. So for next steps in the coming weeks, I'll be working to get grant agreements out and provide support to grantees in navigating the process as I learn it myself. And while there was no additional funding for the 2025 to 2027 biennium, I hope that these projects help make the case for continued investment in this type of work. And before I wrap up, I also want to tie these activities to the larger fund activities that are led by the Department of Energy. So they're conducting a workforce study that is looking at the training programs needed to support implementation of natural climate solutions. The grantees of these projects will be providing examples of how to conduct training in site prep, invasive species removal, restoring native plants, and arborist skills. And if the grantees are willing, the workforce consultant can interview them and incorporate their experience and knowledge in shaping a more equitable approach to creating a natural climate solutions workforce. Second, the metrics study is identifying activity-based and community impact metrics to evaluate progress in carbon sequestration and storage. Unfortunately, it will not be completed in time to incorporate those metrics into these grants. However, Audrey Hatch and I are working closely with the Department of Energy to ensure that these metrics are inclusive of the type of work OWEB grantees might do in the future and are realistic to ask grantees to monitor and measure. Lastly, the inventory study is establishing a baseline of net biological carbon on Oregon's natural and working lands and adopting goals to increase beyond this baseline. This will likely inform future grant decisions by recommending the most impactful practices or geographies, and will provide an update and more detail to the INR report that we've been working off to date. So in conclusion, I want to thank all of the applicants who worked hard to propose really compelling projects, not just those that were recommended for funding. As I mentioned, it was a really challenging process to narrow it down and a really competitive grant offering. But I'm really excited about these 6 projects, how they reflect the legislative intent of the fund, and I look forward to being able to update you on their implementation in the coming months. So with that, I'll stop and open for any questions. Thank you.
All right,
I think, Mark, he was trying to get your attention before me.
I'll start with Mark.
Alexa, wow. You talk about a thorough, well-done staff report that addressed any questions that I might have had. I just want to say that was one of the best overviews I've seen in a long time, so I want to thank you. That was very well done.
Liz?
So I was really listening hard to how you were evaluating the carbon, and sort of a question that I have, I think I have a follow-on to that after you answer that, is on the successful projects, was there a pattern of how they described or framed climate change in that was positive? And then alternately, in the non-recommended projects, was there a pattern on sort of the same thing that they just did not get there with their descriptions of climate change? Because now I have another question on carbon, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that the recommended projects addressed climate resilience more broadly and spoke to the wider ecological uplift of soil health and carbon sequestration as one piece of ecological benefits. I think that the projects that were not recommended for funding tended to focus specifically on the activities and not tie those to the climate resilience benefits. So as an example, riparian restoration, I think a lot of OWEB grantees are used to speaking to, but potentially not as used to tying those to the carbon benefits of restoration activities, where riparian areas have a huge carbon benefit. But if we focus on solely kind of the stream benefits, for example, or the fish habitat, they're not speaking as much to the carbon and climate resilience aspects of that same work.
So that was sort of my concern when I was going through that too, is like carbon is a heavy hitter and everyone goes through that. So you restore, you prescribe burn, and, you improve soils and stuff. So those are, to me, and I'm sort of thinking in this, what is, hard power and then what is soft power kind of a deal. So, if you want to, remove it, improve a meadow or whatever, you don't maybe, and if we just kind of lead with the carbon piece as the power hitter, are we missing some other things that are contributing but not as, sexy as carbon or something? So that's a little concern, a little worry on how you go forward from here and recommend projects.
No, absolutely. And I think that was very much reflected in the technical review team, who also wanted to avoid kind of an overemphasis on carbon, right? They don't want an activity to only have carbon benefits or to focus too heavily on carbon benefits. They wanted the wider ecological uplift. And I think the Oak Meadow projects are a good example of that. Although this was tricky because there was one project that was not recommended for funding, another oak project where there would have been conifer removal. And that is not included in the INR report because removing those trees obviously has a carbon impact to take those trees out. So the two that were recommended for funding are really focused on restoring the understory, removing invasives, and adding native plant diversity, but not on the conifer removal. And I hope that that kind of nuance is something that the new metric study helps to address so that we have a little bit more clarity on carbon in the context of wider ecological benefits.
Okay, I just remember in my field days going around with my forest ecologists and the Siskiyous, and every time we came to a really precious meadow, he'd go out and yank out the Jeffrey pine that was invading. So I remember that, and I'm hoping that we're not penalizing people for something that he did. Mark Webb.
Thanks, Mark Webb. It was a great presentation. Thank you. So I had two questions, no criticisms of anything, but one is related to Liz's comment about carbon and maybe ODO's thresholds. At least for East Side, there's pretty compelling arguments that ecological resilience or climate resilience is at odds with increasing the baseline of carbon if you're focusing on trees. And that's because you get more carbon sequestration as you have more tree cover, but you really increase wildfire risk and all kinds of things. And that's why, at least for me, just a suggestion, I realize that carbon is very critical, is an important focus, but in terms of ecological resilience, it shouldn't be the only thing. And there are times when we're going to improve the landscape only when we remove carbon. So that's just something to think about. And then sort of related, the post-wildfire reforestation, I don't recall, maybe I read it too quickly, but did they talk at all about, I guess my question there is, did that seem timber-oriented in terms of reforestation or preparing the landscape for climate resilience and the like? Because typically, as I recall for Forest Practices Act, so the state, still somewhat, Forest Service less so now. If it's timber production, you're going to plant a whole lot of trees. And there's two problems with that. One is the wildfire risk mitigation later on. And two is that it costs a lot of money to thin those as you go on. So there's those associated costs. And so it would be worth thinking in the future, both about whether it's west side forest or east side forest, and whether it's timber oriented, which is fine. But there are some associated ecological costs and some economic costs associated with that in terms of how that's evaluated, maybe.
Yeah, those are really helpful comments. Thank you.
Russ?
So I have a question for staff, and maybe it's other staff. I want to understand how we could have House Bill 3409 for $10 million pass and then have it zeroed out in this present legislative climate? Was it a frustration that we had to go through an application process to deliver projects that are now going to be approved? And there just was we didn't see evidence during this legislative session of examples of projects hitting the ground, and therefore they didn't have tolerance to continue on. But I want to understand the politics of how we could be zeroed out at this point. Is there a message back to us as a result of this session's deliberations?
Stephanie and I are making eyes across
Sure.
the room to see, why don't you start?
I'm happy to provide some perspective on that, Stephanie Page, for the record. So I think the interagency team did a great job of providing a legislative update at the beginning of session on the status to implement the projects. And I think a couple of the agencies had funds committed already for projects, for example, ODFW. And I think we heard a little bit about those in Mark's update yesterday. I think there was $5 million in our governor's budget for this program, and I think it was just a function of the budget environment that the legislature was operating in. It was a very challenging budget environment. So that would be my reflection on why we ended up where we did.
Not a lack of advocacy on our part.
Certainly not. And I know Alexa and Taylor and our legislative team and our leadership have been in contact with advocates for the program really ever since the 3409 was passed.
Yeah, totally agreed. We haven't heard any frustration from legislators or any concern around the nature of the funding or the way it was dispersed. It was just a rough budget year, as far as we know. And we definitely saw a lot of partners show up and advocate really actively for these funds, which we
appreciate it. Thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, thanks very much for the discussion. It's very helpful. I guess a question, in the climate change arena, kind of international, national scales, there's usually the adaptation, mitigation piece, which is carbon management, and then the adaptation side, which is climate change is occurring, is having effects. We need to move our ecological and human systems to be able to adapt to that change. I might have missed it, but I didn't see that being structured explicitly, or this program or this offering around those ideas. Did I miss that, or if it was not, was that a conscious reason, or would there be benefits of helping? I think it speaks to Mark's point that some issues are a carbon management issue, and there's tools and approaches to address that, and others are just helping us to kind of align systems towards current and projected climates. So
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the legislation was not as clear in those two kind of pieces of work, right? The sequestration and storage, and then the adaptation. So it called out both, but didn't really distinguish them as separate pieces of work. But I think that's where the climate evaluation criteria were really helpful, because we wanted to look at projects and the extent to which they were carbon sequestration projects with wider ecological uplift per our general evaluation criteria, and then had adaptation built into them using our climate evaluation criteria. So I think the projects are both and on the mitigation and adaptation side, although those terms and concepts weren't so clearly kind of distinct.
okay, that helps. I do think there's that offers some helpful structure. There are overlaps, but there are different ones. And I would second Mark's comment on the management of carbon in the above ground biomass is really context dependent ecologically, and we should be thinking around where is that a resilient and durable practice, and where is it kind of a house of cards? Thanks.
All right, I'm going to take one last question from Bruce. But Jamie, we haven't heard from you yet, so I'll add you to the list, and then I'm going to call for the vote, please.
Thanks, Alexa. After the board passed the two resolutions on climate and environmental justice, I wondered how those resolutions might inform our decision-making going forward with all the criteria that we have had on a variety of different types of projects and grant offerings. What you've done on this shows me that it's doable. It may not be perfect. There may be things we need to work on the carbon and all that, but the intent of working for all Oregonians, looking long-term on climate and addressing those issues that the board showed resolve to have is doable. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
Jamie. Jamie McLeod-Skinner for the record. Whew, I think it's the first time in the meeting I've remembered to do that. Very, very thoughtful approach, very thorough. Great job on that, especially having to take a resolution and the legislative intent and put those pieces together. Also, it sounds like the fabulous climate tool that Jesse, our colleague Jesse, helped to develop was used, so I want to give Jesse a shout out. Great news on the Jefferson County investment. Why the funding reduction? I saw the footnote, I didn't fully understand it.
Yeah, absolutely. So their project, let's see, we took the funds that were cumulatively, the 6 recommended projects were slightly over the 1.5 million we had available. So we had to reduce it by, I think, 2,300 already for that overage. And then the Climate Action Commission had given us leeway to transfer some funds to the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. And there were 2 programs that were tied for 4th and 5th place. Am I right on that? In the Ag Heritage Program. So rather than reducing Deschutes River Conservancy by 2, the 4th and 5th place Ag Heritage Programs by 1,000, we consulted with Deschutes River Conservancy about their ability to reduce overall by 4,800. So that includes 2,500 to OAHP.
Got it.
And 2,300 for the overage. And I think it's remarkable that we got as close as we did to 750,000 and
Great job.
1.5 million across the 2 funds.
So the money, and I appreciate the legislative intent, talk about adopting practices, so new money to adopt practices for new approaches. And you mentioned biochar is emerging, but that is just emerging. And what struck me, I'm a big fan of stage 0, and how can we test an idea if it's not funded? And so thoughts on that? Do they have to kind of test that somewhere else and then we'll consider it through this program, or at what point can that idea be tested?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. My background's also in innovation, and so I thought about that a lot as well. I think that was mostly a function of the Institute for Natural Resources report and where biochar fell in the emerging versus recommended practices. However, I hope that the update that the Department of Energy is leading provides some clarity on practices such as biochar, where I think, Illinois Valley has already received an NRCS innovation grant to test biochar. And with this proposal, they were really looking to provide additional resources for landowners to adopt that. So I think they've already started to work on making the case for it, and it's more our clarity on recommended practices.
It totally makes sense. I would, in the future, I would challenge us to maybe get a bit uncomfortable on some of those, but I totally appreciate your response. It struck me, and this may be just a product of the table when I'm looking at it, that with one exception, all of the above the line are organizations that have running totals and have been funded before, and all the below the lines have not been funded before. And I'm not sure if that's the case or not, so correct me if not, but I'm wondering if we have a bias towards more established organizations, and also if there might be a point when staff comes and says, it's a great organization, they're doing great work, but they need to find their funding elsewhere because we need to fund some newer organizations. So if you want to comment on that, that's just the impression I got from looking at the table.
So Stephanie Page for the record, I've got the table up here, and I will note several of the groups below the line are regular OWEB grantees. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if you're saying, Jamie, for these specific projects or more generally. And I'll note we've got at least one new to us grantee above the line.
Yeah, I noted that
Yeah.
one, but you have a column, the OWEB ask, and then the running total requests. And so I'm only seeing that build out for, but it sounds like you've answered the overall question,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Okay.
So again, appreciate the legislative intent. I do have perhaps a bias, a heightened concern about wildfire. And so I'm wondering if wildfire protection can be factored into this consideration process because it does impact climate resiliency. But I'm also seeing things like the Jackson, and again, this may be hypersensitivity due to past experience, but a riparian restoration. So wildfires in Jackson County went up along a riparian corridor. Is there just a thought about wildfire is factored in, or is that just not on the table consideration for this grant? Potential wildfire risks or addressing because it does impact climate resiliency.
Right. I think a number of these projects have wildfire elements in them.
Okay.
So both the reforestation one, obviously, but the other Institute for Applied Ecology and the Understory Initiative have some invasives removal, knowing that invasives also facilitate wildfire, and some prescribed burns in both of those programs as well. So trying to remove some understory kind of density in those cases.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to call for the vote, please. Is there a motion? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McCleary. I move the board award funding to 6 applications shown in attachment A in the amount of $1,497,476, including 5 restoration projects and 1 technical assistant project, with an award date of July 23rd, 2025.
Can I ask a procedural question? I'm just wondering if there's a conflict, if you need to declare a conflict with.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. So I thought about that because I've declared a non-conflict of interest previously. What I will say is when I did declare that, Grand Ron was the applicant, and that grant would be in my program that I oversee. In this particular case, Grand Ron is a partner with the Institute of Applied Ecology, who's the lead applicant. But no matter what, I will say that my colleague on my team will be managing the grant, and me or my family do not benefit directly from the program or the funding.
It's been moved by Lindsay, seconded by Bruce. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we are moving on down to agenda item K, and I think you all are staying up there.
Yes. So my name's Taylor Larson, for the record. I'm the coordinator for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. And while I would love to give as thorough as a presentation as Alexa just gave, let's see, we have 4 minutes before we're supposed to go to lunch. And we spent well over an hour discussing these projects at the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. And I'm sure Mark has filled you all in as the liaison. But I'll give a high-level overview and happy to answer questions. So basically, the Oregon Climate Action Commission directed OWEB to use $750,000 from the Natural and Working Lands Fund to support OAHP grants for the development and implementation of conservation management plans that provide carbon sequestration and greenhouse gas emissions reductions and climate resilience benefits via a payment for practices approach. And as Alexa talked about, the Climate Action Commission also indicated that OWEB could invest more than $750,000 into the OAHP grant program if there was demonstrated demand and money available from the Natural and Working Lands funds that were allocated to open solicitation. So just at a high level, to kind of root this discussion in the program, the purpose of the Conservation Management Plan grant program as defined in rule is to develop and implement conservation measures or other protections for maintaining or enhancing fish or wildlife habitat, water quality, or other natural resource values in a manner consistent with the social and economic interests and abilities of the agricultural landowner or operator. So the CMP, the Conservation Management Plan grant solicitation opened in early February of this year and closed April 1st. We received 8 grant applications requesting a total of $955,084 to develop and begin implementation of conservation management plans across more than 38,000 acres. The grant applications were reviewed in accordance with administrative rules that were adopted by this board in 2024. And the review team met to discuss and rank the 8 applications. The review team's discussion of each project was then summarized by staff and is presented along with the rankings in the evaluation document, which, just to note, is not an attachment to the staff report. It's a separate document that's in your board packet. And then on June 10th, as I mentioned, of this year, the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission met to consider the review team's rankings and ultimately make a funding recommendation to the OWEB board. And that Ag Heritage Commission funding recommendation is shown in attachment A to the staff report and recommends funding 5 of the 8 projects that we received. And as Alexa talked about and I alluded to, so in order to fully fund all 5 projects, staff did recommend that we shift $2,524 from the Watershed Natural Climate Solutions Fund to the OAHP Watershed Natural Climate Solution Fund. And this redistribution was included in the 2025-2027 grant fund spending plan, which was item F, attachment A. You all adopted that yesterday, so thank you. So all applications recommended for funding are requesting money to develop and begin implementation of conservation management plans. Development costs, those include the plan holder's time, who is usually the applicant, the producer's time, and then any third-party consultant's time to develop a comprehensive conservation management plan, which has a 20 to 50-year planning horizon. Although it is important to note that these grants that we're considering awarding today are limited to the initial 4 years of implementation. And just also to note, most applications you'll see are requesting around $20,000 for those development costs. And then the required components of a conservation management plan are described in rule, as well as a template that staff have pulled together for folks to use as they put these plans together. And then usually the larger component of the grant request in front of you are the implementation costs associated with the plan. And those costs are rooted in an annual payment for ecosystem services methodology that we've been working to develop over the past 6 years and was published late last year in partnership with Highland Economics. So this payment methodology is based on a subset of existing NRCS conservation practices and their physical effects ratings for things such as water quality, aquatic and upland habitat impacts, and their ability to sequester carbon. So producers who have an OWEB-approved conservation management plan in place and an existing grant agreement are then eligible to receive an annual per acre payment for eligible conservation practices that are in place and were identified in the conservation management plan. And so overall, really what we're hoping to do with this program is support long-range, comprehensive conservation management planning that articulates what conservation infrastructure needs to be in place and what the operation needs to look like several decades down the road in order for that next generation of operators to be set up for success. And then to support the implementation of these plans in a way that helps to enhance the economic stability of the operation and incentivize and begin to institutionalize the delivery of clean water and healthy habitat and carbon sequestration on working lands throughout the state. So I'm happy to answer questions about the program function and go into a little bit more detail. I also want to note that we do have 4 members of this board who are either on the commission or have recently served on the commission, who are resources to you. And I think at that, I'll just say, staff are recommending that the OWEB board approve the funding recommendation of the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission and award funding for 5 OAHP Conservation Management Plan grant applications in rank order up to the available funding line as shown in attachment A. We're only at 12:02, so with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Mark?
Okay, as your latest representative on the OAH board, I would like to recommend that we approve these applications. It's really good to see 8 applications. I would say this program's in 4th gear now and moving well. As Taylor said, the technical review team reviewed the applications. The commission takes it serious when they review the technical review, and I think that they did a very good job, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Go for it.
I move the board approve the funding recommendations of the OHAC and award funding to 5 OAHP Conservation Management Plan grant applications in the amount of $752,524 as detailed in attachment A with an award date of July 23rd, 2025.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mark Labhart, seconded by Woody. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Thanks, everybody. I think we're headed to lunch. No kidding. All right, I think it's all out. All right, we'll see you all back here at 1 PM, please.
You don't have to like.
Bar Enterprise from 30 years ago.
Okay, everybody, find your seats, please.
I'll try. Some steak place here.
Semiotics, yeah.
So I do think this is helping me, just this little bit.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, I realized my chair is broken and that's why I'm so uncomfortable. I'm gonna grab another chair.
Lunch, I was like, I think Sarah's chair is.
Yeah.
All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch break. We are moving on to agenda item L. This is our FIP Cohort 2 presentations, John Day and Baker, and we've got Eric H. and Amy up for this. And before we get started with this, I just wanted to say a couple of words about these presentations. First of all, I wanted to thank you all for traveling here to give these presentations to us and taking the time. These presentations are so informative for us. We love to see what's happening on the ground with the projects that we've funded in the past. And we just really appreciate all of the work that you're doing and the time you're taking to talk with us about it. So just want to put our appreciation out for that. And then I also just want to just say that for how we're going to do this, what I'd like to do, because we have a couple of presentations, is after the first presentation, we can take a couple of questions after that, and then I'd like us to move on to our second presentation and then take a couple of questions there, so we don't get bogged down in a lot of questions after the first presentation. And then, because I want to be fair and equitable to the folks that are presenting too, and give them the time that they need to talk to us. And this is a time when they get to talk and we just get to listen mostly. So I just want to make sure folks have that. Yes.
You can write down your questions.
Yeah.
You can write down your questions, and if we have time at the end, we can do that. But I just want to make sure that we're being fair and equitable, and we're giving them as much time as they possibly can have to talk with us about things. So thank you, and I'll pass it to Eric now.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. And yeah, so I did want to just let you know that the partnerships that are in the second cohort of FIPS that began in 2019 are really in kind of their end stages, starting to wrap up their initiatives. And so we wanted to highlight those for you all. And over the next few meetings, we'll have partnerships from that second cohort that will be here to present on the progress of their FIP initiative. So today we have representatives from the John Day Partnership and the Baker Local Implementation Team. We'll start with the Baker Local Implementation Team, and it's really my pleasure to introduce Shonda Zettel, Program Director for the Tri-County Weed Management Area on the far end of the desk here, and Caitlin Harold, who's the Baker Sage Grouse LIT Coordinator, to present on the good work that they're doing to protect and restore sage grouse in Northeast Oregon.
Well, thank you for that lovely introduction, Eric. Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, my name is Caitlin Harold, and as Eric stated, I am the Baker Sage Grouse Local Implementation Team Coordinator. What a mouthful. And I am co-presenting today with Shonda Zettel, so we're super excited to be here. And today we'll be sharing about how Baker LIT's collaborative work is delivering local action with meaningful landscape impact for sage grouse and our communities. Who are we? So the Baker LIT brings together a wide range of partners from state and federal agencies, local landowners, nonprofits, and county weed boards. Without their willingness to participate, these landscape scale habitat improvements wouldn't be possible. And as you can see on the right of the screen there, we are guided by this living document called the Comprehensive Sage Grouse Threat Reduction Plan, which we are in the midst of revising as we speak. So a little overview on the FIP initiative that we have. Through our focused investment partnership, we work collaboratively to enhance sage grouse habitat within the Baker LIT planning area, with the aim to reverse local sage grouse population declines. We do this through three main objectives: vegetation management, which is 50% of our budget; education, engagement, coordination, roughly 29% of our budget; and then bridging those information gaps, roughly 20%. So let's kind of talk about where we work. So the majority of our projects and our work is accomplished in Baker County, Oregon, and parts of Union County there. The blue line on the picture on the right indicates the BLM Baker planning area, the larger scale. And then the red line inside indicates the Baker priority area of conservation, or as we like to call it, the Baker PAC. This region includes critical nesting and brood rearing habitats. And then the yellow just indicates county jurisdictions. So our work spans private and public lands, so collaboration is really key to connecting and maintaining that quality habitat. So now that we're kind of familiar with Baker LIT, let's talk about some of the stuff that we've been up to since we last updated you. So, now, we all know that community outreach and engagement is essential to our success, and it's really important to reach our community where they're at. So to do this, we host workshops, share information at local events, publish quarterly newsletters, engage on social media, and build those face-to-face relationships so landowners really feel comfortable and confident joining in our voluntary conservation efforts. The more people that are engaged, the greater our impact. So then I really wanted to highlight another aspect of our FIP, which is the Baker Union CCAA program. It's a really important aspect. We use this program to engage private landowners in voluntary conservation actions. And the success of this program really speaks to the collaborative nature of our partnership with local landowners, as you can see by just the sheer amount of acres we have enrolled there. Now, I'd like to mention a cool project that Powder Basin Watershed Council, one of our partners, is managing for a private landowner. The stream here, the sections that you see, suffers from extreme head cuts, erosion, and a severely degraded mesic habitat. So currently they're at the 30% design stage at the moment, and we'll be addressing these issues to create a more productive and healthy stream. And then I also wanted to highlight a project, the Carcass Disposal Station, which was just wrapped up this spring. I submitted the final reports. Proper disposal of livestock carcasses reduces food subsidies for ravens, which is a major sage-grouse predator. And this simple but effective tool for predator management is the disposal carcass station there. So you can see some before and after photos there. And kind of building on that project, we will be launching the Raven Subsidy ArcGIS classification project here in this fall and winter. This effort will map and classify sources of food and cover that artificially boost raven populations. So these maps will guide targeted actions to remove or manage those raven subsidies. So that's a project we're looking forward to. And then another project where, we always do juniper removal. That's a big threat to sagebrush habitat, as you know. So this is a project that is anticipated for the next spring, 2026, on private lands. And we continue to support large-scale juniper removal to restore open sagebrush landscapes, which are critical for sage-grouse nesting, brood rearing, and predator avoidance. And I believe Shonda was sharing with me the amount of acres in juniper removal that have been accomplished.
Yeah, so this project that she has here on the screen is probably about 1,000 acres, and it's planned right now. They're working on cultural review. It's actually through match funding. We also have one project completed that was around 500 acres, and another one that the contractors will be completing this fall that is about 1,000 acres. So.
Thank you. So great work on the juniper removal side of things. And then a really cool project that we have gone through the NEPA process for, so now we're on the other side of that, is the OHV wash station, which this, once built, will help prevent the spread of invasive weeds and grasses by cleaning those off road vehicles. Close to Baker, we have what's called the Virtue Flat recreation area. And there's a lot of sagebrush habitat there. So getting an OHV wash station close to that area is really integral. And now I would love to pass it over to Shonda, who will be sharing lots more about the work she does and all the good stuff about invasive annual grasses and reseeding.
Yeah, so as mentioned, I work for Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area. I am one of the partners of the Baker Local Implementation Team. So Caitlin kind of deals with all things sage grouse, and I get a little bit lost in the weeds, but that's okay. That's my job. So right now we have 21 different restoration projects that are either completed or in progress within the Baker Pack. And these include treatment of invasive annual grasses, broadleaf noxious weeds, and native seeding. So the maps up here, Caitlin will get into this a little bit later, but all those polygons are actually treatments on the ground, and all the numbers on the map correlate to those polygons. And we actually have an extensive Oregon range monitoring program that monitors all these project polygons as well. So over the last 6 years, these are the acres that we have reported so far. These only include projects that are totally complete. So restoration projects still in progress, which there are many of them, are not counted in these numbers. So to date, with the complete projects, we've done 13,000 acres, over 13,000 acres of invasive annual grasses, close to 4,000 acres of broadleaf noxious weeds, and then over 8,000 acres of seedings. So we do split out invasive annual grasses and broadleaf noxious weeds because they're very different beasts and treated very differently. Also, they affect the landscape differently. So we break those out in our reporting. So here's some of our pictures. Here's one of our success stories. This is one of the pastures near the Woodman Lake Complex. If anyone went on the field tour, we were near this pasture, not this one in particular, but that was, 2 years ago in April, if you got to go out to the Baker LIT area. But really, in this picture, we've actually almost crossed an ecological threshold in a positive way. We've gone from bare ground and invasive annual grasses to native bunch grasses. So we are making a lot of progress. Unfortunately, we do still have Medusa heads still coming back into these sites. It's really frustrating for me, but then I step back and I look at the big picture. We've made this much progress in 5 to 6 years, which is great. But this landscape didn't get this degraded. It took over, it took over 100 years to get this degraded. So it's not going to be healed in 5 years. Like, we still have work to do. So that's the hardest part. I want it to be perfect. We still have work to do in these sites, unfortunately, but we keep working at it. Go to the next one. This one's very similar, kind of nearby site. Also, just the amount of grasses, vegetation on the landscape, carbon sequestration, soil stability, so many things are improved from the picture on the left to the picture on the right. Go to the next one. So this picture is a little bit different than the last two. The last two were Medusa head sites. This is actually a whitetop site. So in the top left of the picture is a monoculture of whitetop. Whitetop grows so thick and dense that it competes out all other vegetation. So when you control whitetop, you end up with bare ground. So we seeded this site in 2021, and now it's a beautiful stand of bunch grass year round. So we have a spring picture and a fall picture. We also, with these treatments, we do grazing plans with the landowners so they can maintain these sites and make sure they're keeping them healthy into the future. So that's my photo points. Here's some project pictures. In the top left is our helicopter pilot and one of our landowners on a very exciting day for that landowner. Some helicopter spraying. We actually purchased a rangeland drill through our project, so that gets used quite a bit. We fly on seed, we drill seed, and then the bottom left picture is actually a grazing utilization training that we had a consultant work with one of our landowners to put a grazing plan in place. So that was the training for that.
All right, and so now how do we make sure that all this work we're doing and putting on the ground is doing what we want, or maybe not? That's how we figure this out. Is called the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Program, or ORMP. So through this program, we collect consistent repeatable data on vegetation, ground cover, and habitat conditions across our project sites and at a landscape scale. So this monitoring helps us track the success of treatments like juniper removal, invasive species control, and reseeding. And it also builds trust with landowners and partners by showing measurable results and guiding adaptive management. So these are some photos from the ORMP training in Vail a few weeks ago that I was lucky enough to attend. And I would love to kind of practice with you guys. This is one of the things that we practiced at the ORMP training called ocular estimation. And I'm sure we've got some pros here in the room, but if you guys want to just like mentally think what percentage 0 to 100 each of those photos are covered in sagebrush specifically. What I learned is we tend to overestimate our cover percentages. Humans do as a whole. So I'm not sure how you guys stacked up to that, but.
I think you're wrong.
And then again, we just one more fun one. What are your guesses? All right, so that's a fun little exercise, but the ORMP program takes tools like ocular estimation to do the full monitoring of the plots that Shonda was speaking about earlier. So now that we've kind of updated on what we've been up to and what we're planning for the future, I'd really like to cover a few of our lessons learned, because there's been a lot. But for restoration specifically, we've learned to plan ahead for cultural surveys under Section 106, and then to budget extra for invasive weed work and monitoring needs. For monitoring, we've realized that the more projects and the stronger monitoring protocols mean that we need more survey effort, better communication, and more flexible plans, especially with wildfire risk limiting access. Hiring local technicians and adding capacity helps us adapt to seasonal and safety challenges. And then staying flexible and coordinating closely with partners keeps our monitoring effective and on track. Few lessons learned from our engagement aspect. We've learned that successful outreach depends on meeting the community where they're at, using communication styles that work, like word of mouth, and avoiding busy times like calving season. Tailoring our approach and timing has helped increase landowner participation. And then partnership capacity. So staff turnover, as we all know, can slow progress. So we've learned to delegate tasks across partners to keep projects moving when that happens. We've rehired the CCAA coordinator and a Baker Lit coordinator to maintain landowner relationships and implementation. And then strong internal support also helps keep the partnership resilient through those transitions. And then just kind of to wrap it up in summary, our partnership has made some really great progress restoring sage-grouse habitat through strong collaboration, local engagement, and flexible project delivery. We're full steam ahead to wrap up our current FIP. And through the lessons we've learned, whether that's from budgeting and monitoring to outreach, have really strengthened how we plan, communicate, and adapt. So these lessons will directly inform our next FIP application or the next round of FIP solicitation that we're hoping to apply for, ensuring that we build on what works and keep delivering meaningful, lasting results for sage-grouse and our communities. So there's an opportunity to connect with us, my contact information and Shonda's contact information as well. And we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that you were testing our knowledge. And I was very overconfident in my ocular estimation skills. Now I know that. Okay, we do have time for a couple of questions. Does anybody have?
I'd like to ask, I'll defer if someone else wants to go first. We have other people.
Okay, Dan, then Jamie.
Just a quick one. That was a lot of information delivered at a pretty rapid pace for a slow-minded person. But on one of your graphs, I saw like gap information, and there was something in there about West Nile virus. I was just curious about that.
Yes, West Nile virus, that is an aspect that we wrote into our current FIP, just monitoring Baker County. And we haven't had any West Nile present in Baker County, so that is not a large aspect of our grant, but it was written in there originally.
It was completed in the early years of the grant, so this is kind of a later update. In previous years of our updates, you've probably had that, but they monitored and sampled several MISC sites within the priority area, and they did not have any West Nile virus indicated that we were worried about. So there's no treatments, but they did the monitoring and have a report for all of that.
Thank you.
Jamie?
Outstanding work, outstanding presentation, appreciate the pun. I'm always interested in kind of cross-cultural differences, and so you mentioned we work to reach people where they're at, or community where they're at. You also mentioned the communication style method is a change. I'm curious about language. So coming for the OWEB board, there might be certain language you use, because that's what you might use for the OWEB board. Is there different language you use in different circumstances on issues?
That's a great question. Absolutely. I think we all do this in our day-to-day lives, code switching, depending on who we speak to. Bringing information up or down to a person's level is really important to be able to reach them where they're at, because talking to somebody who has no background knowledge in restoration or conservation will not get any useful information from a conversation with me unless I bring that conversation to a place where we can actually understand each other. So yes, I absolutely actively try to do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Quickly.
Liza Jane.
Thank you, ma'am. What's the grass bank component in there?
This is really exciting. So I should have had a slide. It's hard to include everything, but that's a project that's coming up. So on BLM allotted land, when we need to get in and do treatments, we as the Baker LIT have created this program called the Forage Reserve, where landowners can apply to have some of their forage reimbursed up to 35 AUMs, I believe. So that project just kicked off this summer, and we're hoping that landowners will start utilizing it next summer. So it's just a reimbursement program that gets landowners or cattle owners funding for their forage.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, thank you so much for your presentation and all the work that you're doing. All right, next up is the John Day.
You're trying to really quick.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Amy Charette, the Region 6 Program Representative, and it's my pleasure to introduce the John Day Basin Partnership. We have Ian Tatum with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Hannah Latzos with the South Fork John Day Watershed Council. She also serves as the partnership coordinator. Herb Winters is with the Gillum County SWCD, and Amanda Martino with the Blue Mountain Land Trust. They're going to talk about their FIP, which is focused on native fish habitat in 3 subwatersheds of the John Day.
Great, thank you, Amy. So I would just first like to say thank you to the OWEB board and staff that continue to support the John Day Basin Partnership and our watersheds that we strive to protect and enhance. So a little background on the partnership. So just a little bit background on the partnership. We started this group in 2014 with just 20 total partners, with the unifying purpose to bring together people from across the basin with the common interest of restoring and maintaining our watersheds to maximize their ecological, economic, social, and cultural benefits. We apply deep knowledge of the basin, best available science, and cooperative planning and fundraising to empower more actions that establish healthy and resilient native habitats, working lands, and local communities for future generations. As of 2025, we now have 30 total partners, all of which are listed below in the John Day Basin Partnership. And we really couldn't do this amount of tremendous work without these dedicated and determined partners. We just celebrated 10 years of partnership at our May 2025 meeting, as seen in the top picture of this slide, now completing 45 full group partnership meetings since the partnership's inception. Out of the 30 total partners, 15 consist of state, federal, and tribal partners that contribute in-kind match contributions via staff time, amounting to about $727,000. This number is only a portion of the total in-kind support from these types of partners for the 6 years of the FIP, but our partnership extends beyond that to just over a decade. Getting into our FIP, we are awarded the Native Aquatic Fish Habitat Initiative FIP in 2019 to improve aquatic habitat for ESA-listed mid-sea summer steelhead, ESA-listed bull trout, Chinook salmon, and Pacific lamprey in 3 focal geographies, including the Butte 30-mile Creek watersheds in the lower John Day, the headwaters of the North Fork John Day, and the headwaters of the Middle Fork John Day.
The John Day River Basin represents Oregon's largest basin managed for wild salmonids and contains one of the state's longest free-flowing river systems. Through this partnership, we've achieved measurable success across multiple conservation metrics. We've restored 230 acres of floodplain, installed over 1,100 beaver dam analogs, and protected 681 acres of riparian habitat. We've monitored over 465 miles of stream, providing critical data for adaptive management. By FIP completion, we will surpass our original 42-mile restoration target, achieving 52 miles of restored fish habitat. Our single acquisition project secured 279 acres in the Middle Fork headwaters, protecting critical spawning and rearing habitat in perpetuity. None of these accomplishments would have been possible without OWEB's investment in our collaborative partnership approach. This success reflects a robust grant management process where over 60 applications were approved by our John Day Basin Steering Committee, evaluated by our technical review team, and ultimately funded by OWEB. Through these projects, we successfully obligated the entire $12 million FIP allocation, leveraging an estimated total project cost of $25.3 million. Importantly, over $11 million in contracted services remained within the basin, providing significant economic benefit to our rural communities. The upper photo shows heavy equipment from a local construction company working in the V2V project in the Middle Fork of the John Day. The lower image features a former fence contractor constructing beaver dam analogs in the 30-mile watershed. This contractor exemplifies our program's broader impacts. He's now built BDAs across 20 miles of native fish habitat, is currently pursuing an environmental science degree at OSU, and his family recently established a native plant nursery. These projects create lasting positive impacts on both our watersheds and our rural economies.
The overarching challenge of this FIP is to reduce summertime stream temperatures to ensure suitable thermal habitat remains for native cold water fish. We need to keep in mind that this work is occurring against a background of globally increasing air temperatures, as shown here by average annual air temperature in Grant County from 2008 to 2021. So the key question overarching this entire FIP is, can restoration help stream temperatures offset rising air temperatures? Stream rehabilitation has reduced stream temperatures after correcting for the influence of flow and air temperature. The vertical lines here that are centered around 0 are the July, August, and September adjusted total degree hours. And when you see circles or triangles that are to the left of the 0 line, that's a decrease in adjusted total degree hours. To the right is an increase. The blue shaded horizontal lines are restoration sites. The orange shade are not restored sites. And so the horizontal blue lines show the estimated change in temperature at restored reaches. And some of these large restoration projects, primarily noted in the upper left, that are centered around the Oxbow Conservation Area project on the Middle Fork John Day, some of these projects have shown decreases in adjusted total degree hours after correcting for stream flow and air temperature. But overall, the general pattern is that we're maintaining stream temperatures after adjusting for those changes in environmental conditions. Consistent with the stability in stream temperatures, the abundance of wild spring Chinook salmon in the John Day River Basin has also remained relatively stable during the past quarter century. John Day Chinook abundance, which is the solid black line in this graph, has fluctuated consistent with changing ocean survival conditions, but it shows a dramatically different trajectory than the two other streams noted here in the interior Columbia ecoregion, which are the Warm Springs River in the dashed line and the Tucannon River in the broad dashed line. While broad sense recovery for John Day Chinook has not yet been achieved, the extensive multi-partner conservation focus on the John Day populations does appear to be conferring some level of population stability that's not present in some of the neighboring populations in this ecoregion. And the stability of John Day spring Chinook populations is generally broadly consistent with this in-press manuscript from NOAA's Northwest Fisheries Science Center. This paper, which is going to be published soon, found that since ESA listing in the 1990s era, a majority of the ESA listed distinct population segments of salmon and steelhead have increased, while a majority of the unlisted population segments have decreased. And I recognize that only 2 of the 4 focal species for this FIP are ESA listed, but I think this comparison is still valid in that the ESA listing focus is really a proxy for the presence and involvement of a well-funded multi-partner conservation team. And as Hannah and Herb described, there's certainly a multi-partner team working for the 4 John Day focal species. And that team coalesced around both the ESA listings and the mission of the John Day Basin Partnership. So to emphasize how a conservation focus and the commensurate funding can make a difference, please note that we are all sitting in 4-legged chairs today. And that's because extensive scientific testing has shown that 4-legged chairs are more stable than chairs with 3, 2, or 1 leg. And the same is really true for the portfolio of funding that has enabled the presence, engagement, and coordinated work of the John Day Basin Partnership team. Many state and local government agency staff are supported by these federal funding sources, in addition to the extensive contractors in basin, and that creates the capacity to help the partnership move forward. Overall, we suggest that this stability and funding provided by this portfolio has effectively transferred to some of the stability for the populations we've seen. So despite a measure of stability in temperature and abundance achieved thus far, much more work remains to achieve broad sense recovery of native fish. Over the past 15 years, about 17% of the Middle Fork steelhead distribution has been treated with restoration actions. However, modeling results from a study in Western Washington, where water quality and quantity is less of an issue than the interior Columbia streams, suggested that about 20% of a catchment would need to be restored in order to achieve steelhead and salmon recovery goals. And I think we need to keep in mind that for the interior Columbia, we likely need to achieve substantial hydrological uplift along with stream habitat complexity, and hence should expect that we need to treat more than 20% of a catchment to achieve desired conditions for native fish. And again, keep in mind that in addition to creating optimal conditions for native fish, stream corridor restoration can also inhibit the expansion of non-native predators, specifically smallmouth bass in the John Day example. So this figure here compares the spring and summer stream temperatures between 30 Mile Creek, which is denoted in the pink line here, and the main stem of the John Day River, which is the blue line. So I want to point out here that the 2 lines are roughly paralleling each other for the first couple of months. So from day 68 to day 103, which is February, March, early April, those 2 lines are paralleling each other. But then at day 113 in April, the stream temperature in 30 Mile Creek rapidly increases and creates a big gap between temperature in 30 Mile and temperature in the main stem of the John Day. This rapid increase in temperature creates a warm water sanctuary for smallmouth bass that lures them in from the main stem of the John Day. And that occurs at a really inopportune time, right? Because the gray bar, the vertical gray bar here denotes the period of steelhead fry emergence in 30 Mile Creek. So the warm water lures bass in right when steelhead fry are emerging and creates predation opportunity. And this rapid increase in water temperature in 30 Mile is driven by a lack of riparian vegetation in the ephemeral reaches of that stream. And so when the water is flowing on the surface there during the springtime, it has total solar access, heats up rapidly, and draws in these non-native predators. So the goal of FIP 2.0 is to continue the moonshot from a straightened ephemeral stream like the picture on the left to a dynamic riparian stream corridor like the picture on the right. While continuing this ambitious and innovative launch, we need to remember that habitat improvement is going to take time, and it will take multiple phases of work in most stream reaches. And we also need to remember that there may be a period between the here and the there where the stream corridor does not really look familiar to us, and it may behave in a fashion that we may not immediately recognize. So there's going to be awkward teenage years as we restore these streams. But the time, the effort, and the patience we choose to invest into achieving a functioning riparian corridor is ultimately going to determine the resilience of the native fish species.
So at the end of our first FIP, we've asked ourselves, what have we learned? At our February and May 2025 meetings, we conducted a full reflective review with the entire partnership. We asked ourselves, what's going well? Where can we improve? And we also did a detailed analysis for each project type, reviewing objectives, accomplishments, and learning and adaptations. And we're expecting that full report's going to be available for us in August. But some broad things that are going well. We're pretty proud of ourselves. Coordinating 30 partners and implementing that many projects across an 8,100 square mile basin is a big accomplishment. We've also heard repeatedly from partners that sharing of knowledge and resources within our partnership has been incredibly invaluable. Our quarterly meetings are attended by 30 to 60 people at any time. We not only share partnership updates, but we complete site visits to projects. We have presentations on findings, research, and case studies. And annually we meet and have a joint meeting with the Middle Fork IMW. Our partners also share their findings from our work externally with other restoration practitioners around the state. They present at conferences like Oregon AFS, Connect, and River Restoration Northwest. The tools that the partnership has created for our partners have made a huge impact on their work as well. That includes our Atlas prioritization framework, our results chain model, our online project tracker website. We have sub-basin working groups and committees to support their work. And because of all of this, the completion of our work has accelerated. We have staffed up, we've improved our processes and our communication, which has led to more collaboration and sharing of resources in and out of the focal geographies. As a result, we've leveraged large amounts of federal, state, and foundation funding, which has also increased the available funding for non-focal geography partners to complete projects throughout the basin in open solicitation. And we've also always been a ridgetop to ridgetop partnership, and we are excited to have completed an uplands prioritization framework, which will help coordinate our restoration work for our upland habitat improvements and fire resiliency. There's always room for improvement. We've identified that we can further refine our prioritization processes to maximize restoration benefits, and some of that work is ongoing now. We can also continue to encourage the knowledge exchange between our practitioners and their contractors, such as how do we have the most successful riparian plantings, and how we can have more frequent updates between practitioners and monitoring findings. A big one is investing in relationships. Considerable time and coordination is required for permitting and cultural clearances, as well as land and water acquisition. So starting early, coordinating early and often, and building ongoing relationships with landowners in priority restoration areas and involving them in project development. We also need to continue to invest in our contractors, increasing the number of local skilled contractors and continuing to keep economic benefit in our communities. We've also identified that we can improve our communication, targeting our audience and matching them to the right media approach, developing more materials, spotlighting more local projects, and highlighting the benefits of our work with things like post-fire recovery and economic benefit to the basin. And lastly, improving our Tier 2 monitoring. It takes significant capacity to monitor pre and post restoration, so seeking out additional funding for this work and finding ways to coordinate and standardize our monitoring, and providing support to partners to implement new monitoring techniques such as utilizing drones. So what's up for the John Day Basin Partnership? Our next steps is we're going to spend the remainder of 2025 successfully completing our FIP and updating all of our tools. So our Atlas prioritization framework, our strategic action plan will now incorporate uplands and the Atlas updates, and updating our internal operations manual. We plan in 2026 to apply for our second FIP to continue this work and to continue project development and shared learning. We want to be ready to implement upon the receipt of any funding, which is the huge part of our stability of our partnership and ability to complete our work. So we want to again thank you to OWEB for your investment in the John Day Basin Partnership to date, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you all so much. That was a great presentation. Okay, I see Dan and then Russ.
Can I get a midnight tour of Phipps Meadow? That was amazing. Oh, my God. I do have a question, though. You had mentioned encouraging knowledge exchange, and it sounds like you've implemented some actions to encourage that among your own partners. And I'm just curious if you have ideas for how to share knowledge among other kind of FIPS more generally, more broadly.
Yeah, I think OWEB actually has done a great job in doing that. A couple of members of our partnership attended the FIP gathering. I believe that was last October, and that was really beneficial, I think, to a lot of us within the FIP, but also FIP coordinators as well. Obviously, the conferences that Marty mentioned too, I think that's a lot of our shared learning helps within those conferences, and a lot of FIP coordinators and FIP project implementers are at those conferences. I also think too, we helped with the, I think Marty mentioned it, there was a adaptive management pilot project that was run through OWEB 2 years ago, and that is really focused on the riparian planting success rates, and how, we're trying to achieve that, all of this money going into riparian plantings during restoration. And from that, we've now talked about, doing more workshops with that in terms of BDA implementation, PAL implementation, and then bringing, some of the local contractors that were on those slides to those avenues to integrate them with partners as well.
Russ?
Great work. My question follows on that. I recall the conversation about the Middle Fork of the John Day and predation to the plantings by rodents at higher levels than historically expected, and was curious to see if we're finding techniques to reduce the predation and shared knowledge associated with that.
Putting coyotes in the high fences?
Thanks. Yeah, I can tackle that one a little bit. I think there have been some improvements, right? We've shifted from low fences to high fences to change or reduce ungulate predation. But I think we also have to recognize that the system needs a state change to go from a narrow stream where animals are all concentrated along the stream, along the plantings, to a much broader, more sinuous, more complex network where you can disperse some of that competition and consumption and predation. And so I think that's our state of understanding of riparian change and growth has changed now, and we're trying to shift towards that broader corridor type focus rather than thinking about how do you keep specific animals out, but try to make it a more complex network that allows for animals there, because fencing or trapping or removing them is not a sustainable solution in the long run.
Okay. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming and sharing with us, and we love getting these updates.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank everyone too for your pragmatic approach to challenges, and then really thinking through the challenges and ways to fix that. I really appreciated those slides. It was really great. Okay, we are now going to move on to agenda item M, This is our co-chair election. So, okay. For the record, I'm Kelly Coates. I'm just gonna pepper it in here and there. And I'm going to, because of the way that we have adopted our co-chair election policy, which is provided in your ebook, I will be running the election as Barbara is not able to, since she will be the one terming off. So the term of OWEB board co-chair Barbara Boyer ends in July of 2025. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
For all of your hard work and dedication as a co-chair and also fielding all of my questions. Consistent with the board adopted policy regarding the co-chair election process, the board will now elect a new co-chair for a 2-year term beginning at the following board meeting. So the process for how we are going to do this is I will be asking for nominations. I'm going to walk you guys through this a little bit. I'm going to ask for nominations. These can be self-nominations, or you can be nominated by one of your peers. And then after each nomination, I'm going to determine a couple of things, and then we'll go from there. So there's been a lot of thought put into this process, guys. Okay, so I am going to open the floor officially now for nominations.
I nominate Lindsay McCleary.
Okay,
I accept the nomination.
so checkbox 1, you are willing to serve. You are also eligible to serve. Okay, any additional nominations for the co-chair? Bruce?
I nominate Jamie McLeod Skinner.
Okay. Jamie, are you willing to serve?
Yes, if chosen by my colleagues.
Okay. And you are eligible. Are there any additional nominations? Okay. Hearing none, I am going to close the nominations process. Now, we will move on to deliberation. We have on the table nominations for Lindsay and for Jamie, and I would like to open the floor for discussion. Oh, sorry. Okay. I also need to put a reminder out there that non-voting members are welcome to participate in the discussion, but you obviously, yeah. But you can't vote.
All right.
Dan.
Nominate Brian.
I refuse that nomination.
He is, first of all, I had closed the floor to nominations already.
All kinds of violations.
2, he's not willing. 3, he's also ineligible. So,
So maybe we shouldn't be part of this.
I might have to take that back. Okay, any discussion? Barbara?
So after reading Sarah's memo to the governor's office and being in this position the last 4 years and knowing what is up and coming, I feel Lindsay is best prepared for this next round.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Lindsay McCleary. I just want to make a couple statements. I appreciate being nominated and I'm willing to serve. I do think that I bring a skill set to help keep discussions focused and moving along on the agenda. Not that the current co-chairs have not done that, but it is a large board, as folks know, and I have chaired other boards as well as meetings. But more importantly, what I would like to say is that I think OWEB out of all state agencies has the best tribal relationship policy. And I think that having two co-chairs that have tribal history not only represents that, but also sets a really good example for other state agencies to look at. So that's just sort of the way I'm framing it and looking at it, and those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Did you, I saw Bruce gave me a nod, and then Dan.
I think we have two great nominees, and either one will do a fantastic job. I agree with what Lindsay has said about the tribal. And when I considered that, I thought, well, Kelly's got a certain amount of time left. She'll be going off. Jamie has another couple of years on the board and has served admirably and shown that she can conduct meetings so staggering the fact that we need a tribal presence, staggering the terms for Kelly, Jamie, and going to Lindsay seemed to me to be a great opportunity. So that was part of my thinking on it. Either one's going to be wonderful.
Dan?
I was essentially going to say the same thing. I remember at the last time the board was voting on the co-chairs, there was an expression that it'd be good to have at least one tribal representative. And I don't pay attention enough to know like who leaves when and who comes in behind. But if we have two tribal representatives on now, is there a point in the future where that we won't be able to have one?
Yes, I'm the chair, I can. So, thanks for taking that journey with me in my own head. So, yeah, just to speak to that a little bit, Bruce, I totally understand what you're saying, but we will always have a tribal representative on the board, and it is very heavily encouraged for that person to be one of the co-chairs. Lindsay's term is going to preclude a full 2-year term as the co-chair after my term is done. So she would not be able to fulfill a full 2-year co-chair position if she waits for me. And yes, point of clarification for Barbara, I am the tribal rep. Lindsay, you're public at large, but you have a very heavy background. Obviously, you work for a tribe, you are tribal in that, and also you have a background in being an OWEB grantee too, so. Yes, did I hear someone on this side? No. Jamie?
Yeah, I didn't know if we were doing little speeches. That's what it sounded like, but just the experience on multiple boards, commissions, councils, et cetera, and leading. So that experience is their experience throughout the state, I think is key. I offer up and challenge my colleagues to say when I haven't been a staunch advocate of tribal issues, tribal projects, tribal support. The one caveat, because it was raised, that I would flag is that I actually think the idea of having two tribal representatives as an example is a great idea. However, in that case, I would strongly advocate for there to be a balance in the state, because having two folks from the same general region, the Willamette Valley, there are, just in my experience, my law degree is not only in water law, but also in Indian law, and I've with the relationships I have, I've seen there are some conflicts between tribes east of the Cascades and west of the Cascades. And so I know when we were looking at new members potentially stepping forward, I reached out to friends and colleagues from multiple tribes, but especially tribes east of the Cascades to recommend their applications so that they might be future board members. And I think in that case, that would give us a strong sense of balance. I do think the perspective and understanding of issues across the state, and I've got strong relationships across the state, that's going to be important to factor in to the decision-making, not the decision-making, but the bringing issues forward and balancing out those perspectives as input is encouraged. And that's a classic tension. Our state is kind of the two sides of the cascade. So I do think it'd be valuable to have that perspective.
Liz.
Thanks, Kelly. Liz Eckpile for the record. I've been here for, I think, a couple years and just enjoyed everyone and learned so much. And I think with Jamie, I always have been impressed how well you can pick up on a topic, and you're just so very gracious to the people that do the presentations. And then there's a depth that you go, and just a perception that you have on many of our projects that bring a little different perspective to that. So I just want to say that I appreciate that, and I think that we'd be well served by that.
Russ?
What wonderful choices we have. I mean, the commitment of time and effort to be able to fulfill the co-chair role at this strategic time. I just thank you both. I mean, it's the idea that we're sitting here with a very difficult choice is a gift. At the same time, I have admired, Jamie, the skill sets that you bring to the depth of the questioning and the style of questioning to be extraordinarily helpful. At the same time, I think about where are we going to be in the next 2 years, and I go back to the field trip where I fainted, and I was so impressed with what Lindsay was saying about the funding mechanisms, and that may be a blur in my mind, but Jamie was the one who threw the water on me, from what I understand. But I think it was, I was so, anyways, I was in awe of the details that you bring to the table, Lindsay, as it relates to funding for the diversity of our work. And I think about the times we're in right now. I am extraordinarily impressed by the concept of Sarah being able to lift up and say, we have 2 tribal representatives to other state boards and commissions, and what does that mean to challenging them implicitly, directly, and in terms of the future. I think about the conversations in my capacity of supporting the land trust community. There is extraordinary dialogue occurring right now about shifts in tribal lands, of private lands to tribal ownership. And the combination of federal funding that is very, very difficult right now. And I think about the need to leverage funding to be able to continue the momentum. And I just think that from my scale right now at this point, that Lindsay would be the best candidate to serve for the interests I've just defined. So, but it's a tough one. I mean, it's a lot of work. But thank you both.
Thanks, Russ. Mark Webb.
Having lost several elections, I feel sorry for y'all. But so what I'm thinking about, I do appreciate both of y'all. I think either would be excellent. Given what you shared with us in terms of what we're going to be focusing on the next couple of years, as somebody, to be quite frank, that is, both has some concerns with an emphasis on tribal engagement and a tribal perspective, I think it's pretty critical right now in the next 2 years that there be a strong tribal presence in what we're doing. And I just think having both of y'all on would make that kind of difference. And I say that still having some concerns about the sort of push that way. But I do think it's important to give the tribes an ear that hasn't been the case in the past. So that's how I'm looking at it. So.
Okay, not seeing any other discussion. What I'd like to do is, and I'm gonna look at Nicole, what I'd like to do is take a poll of the voting members to kind of get the temperature of the board. So I'm gonna do a roll call straw poll where each person says the name of the preferred co-chair. The poll is not going to be a formal vote, but it is going to inform the motion, because otherwise it gets really messy if we've got multiple motions going on that we're trying to vote on.
But sorry, even though it's a straw poll, ex officio members should still not vote. Just, we did some research, sorry.
Dan's up to that now.
Well, he got to comment.
I mean,
I'm happy that
okay, Nicole, can you please help me out and call the roll?
Sure thing. I'll announce myself too, just for the record. Nicole Bettinardi. I am everyone's boss around here. Nice to meet you for the record. Board liaison for the record. Okay, I'm going to do this in a circle, and please tell me, we have two names on the table. If you could just tell me the name out loud, and I will take a note for that, please. Mark Webb.
Not starting with me again.
Starting on the side. You.
Lindsay.
Okay, Russ Hoflick.
Lindsay.
Liz Agpawa.
Jamie?
Mark Labhart.
I'd like to vote for both of them, but I'll go for Lindsay.
Kelly Coates.
Lindsay.
Barbara Boyer.
Lindsay.
Lindsay McClary.
Lindsay.
Liza Jane.
Lindsay?
Bruce Buckmaster.
Jamie.
Woody Wolf.
Jamie.
And Jamie McLeod Skinner. Yourself. Okay. That's 1, 2. We have 4 for Jamie, and the rest, I'm not going to do math, for Lindsay, so that is your straw poll.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole. So at this point, I would entertain a motion. And I believe we have the proposed motion in our proposed motion sheet, if folks need it.
I move that we elect Lindsay Cleary to serve as co-chair for the next 2 years, beginning with October 2025 board meeting.
Okay, I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Russ seconded. Is there any additional discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Another.
Roll call.
Nicole, I'm gonna need you back.
Do we just do a vote?
What's the
We don't need a
purpose?
roll call.
Just a vote.
Just a vote?
All right.
Okay. All right, not hearing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Thank you all very much. I know that was a very difficult decision, and I want to thank both Jamie and Lindsay for throwing your hats in the ring for this. And I would like to say welcome, Lindsay. And we are going to move on to agenda item N now, other business.
The staff haven't brought any items for other business today. This is usually our placeholder if there's any kind of late emerging. I will say sometimes boards traditionally also use this space to flag items for future discussion for future meetings. I got a whole list of those. In particular, I want to note that a number of our conversations ended with a point at which we might request of a partner, another agency, a briefing. So ODFW on the State Wildlife Action Plan, ODA, we have conversations on weed board and grants and invasive species and native seeds to follow up on, ODF on insect outbreaks. Had some follow-up with some questions for Anton, but I think that's probably a separate one. So I just want to mention that I've been noting those throughout. And co-chairs, if you want to take any further discussion or open up the floor, that's fine. But we didn't bring any business for this section today.
Thank you. Dan?
I just had a question. Once again, I heard during the meeting discussion from some of our grantees about permitting costs and permitting delays. And I recall there's something in the legislative session, I think it had more to do with housing, to increase permitting efficiency. And I'm just curious, like, is there any space for work to be done in that area? That's all. It's a question.
Yeah. County to county. We'll brainstorm a little around that if that's okay, Dan, and think about a good way to either bring some partner perspectives or maybe some interagency collaboration around that.
Or not, it's really just
It's something we hear a lot about. We were talking about it even over lunchtime, so.
So Dan, I would just ask for clarification. Is it state permitting or federal permitting or both? Because sometimes they're joint permits, and I know that's the one that caused us to kick a restoration project down the road for a year.
I think it's all of the above.
All the above, okay. Liza Jane?
I often give kudos to our staff, and I hear that a lot. And Sarah, I don't know if you're included, if you know you're included in that, but I'm thinking it's about a year. Is it a?
It's almost exactly a year, yeah. June
Yeah.
25th was my OWEB birthday.
And good job. Like, what an incredible lift of learning. I told you I've been at this 8 years. I still have no idea what's happening. So, good work, and thank you for all your I know it's extra effort. And as a board member, I think you're just doing a great job, and I appreciate you.
Thanks, Lisa Jane. I really appreciate it. You guys are my favorite board ever, and I've worked with a heck of a lot of boards. And the one thing I have learned is if I stare at the back of the room, somebody smart comes up to the table and answers the question. So that's a pretty luxurious position to be in as a director.
Bruce?
Liza Jane and I haven't discussed this at length, but an appropriate parting gift for October would be hand-tied flies, wouldn't they? Don't you think?
Can I ask which flies in particular? You don't want me to tie the fly, but I know somebody that can.
Let's do a group class.
What are
Only
you
the
looking
ones that catch the biggest fish.
Good answer, woolly bugger. Okay, anything else for the good?
One quick
Russ.
question. So at the next board meeting, we will have 2 new federal partners.
Yes,
Is it appropriate for us to reach out and welcome them? Is there any orientation to help?
They have a lengthy onboarding session. If some of you will remember when you joined the board, there's kind of a fire hose of information that has now been, cultivated to a couple of separate interventions. So they'll come with that background. We'll talk to Nicole about whether it makes sense that we'll certainly add their contact information, I think, to the internal board list of contacts if you wish to
Just as
reach out.
courtesy welcome.
That is a reminder that I was supposed to say something about the next meeting, so if I can use that segue real quick. And let you know what to expect in October, is that okay? October seems a long ways off, and it is not.
I have one more thing to say.
Go ahead.
Liza Jane.
Part of our, I believe part of our intention with co-chairs leaving with, we're still hanging around, is for a bit after we're through with that position, is to be available to support the new co-chairs. So I want you to know that you're not alone, and I won't tell. And so we're here to support you while we're here. You're going to be great.
Thanks so much. So in October, Stephanie and Miriam mentioned, I think, in their presentation that we will start bringing CREP-TA awards to the board for decision rather than doing those as director award members, but memos board delegated. So that will be on our agenda for October. I believe that's only our only grant decision in October. Wow. We'll bring back FIP ecological priorities. So this will be after another round of committee meetings. We'll probably have a much more robust discussion on FIP ecological priorities and also land acquisition modernization. That group will be really fully focused on potential alternatives to conservation easements that have been proposed by folks in the land acquisitions community, and we'll mull over that. We'll bring back the follow-up from executive session. We'll be welcoming our 2 new federal board members, and if all goes well, we'll have Senate confirmed 2 new public members. They won't be joining us because you guys will still be with us and representing on the board, but to have them ready, they probably will go through Senate confirmation in September. So we'll know who they are, and we can certainly invite them to attend and listen in. And then we'll sit down with both our departing and our new board co-chairs and just talk about if there are any changes to meeting structure, facilitation, any kind of board facilitation support that you might want for this next era, and any conversations you might want to have with the board. And then there were a couple more things that you guys brought up that are in my notes for a potential for next time, but they're not on my slide. So we will close those loops.
I think Bruce brought up clamming.
I will bring my clam diggers. I like clams.
Your what? Your clam diggers?
Isn't that what they're called? Clam?
Oh, sure. Come on.
I thought that's what Bruce was for.
Isn't that the goofy little pants that you wear when you're going for clams? Is that not what those are called? Yeah.
I thought those were breeches.
My New England folks can back me up here.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
All right.
You teach us when we get there, Bruce.
Mark Labhart.
So I have a question, and Nicole might want, so am I the only one that's getting this OWEB board meeting day 1 of 3 Astoria from Liz?
No.
Okay, so can somebody,
Don't embarrass us on the record.
can you fix that, Liz? Or,
I don't know what's happening because I am not accepting or declining after Nicole and so I don't know what I'm doing.
We'll keep working on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even touching it,
Like
Nicole.
calendar ghosts.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm getting everyone's decline from the board too. So I don't know what's happening.
Wow.
Yeah, let's do that because I'm getting everyone, when you decline, I'm getting them too. I don't know. Yeah.
maybe she could.
No, well, we tried. I just said I'm not going to even touch it. Okay. That's what I said, yeah. I don't know.
You better adjourn us, guys.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Please travel safe on your way homes. Really appreciate all the time you took today to be here. Aaron, thank you for hanging on. We missed you.
Steve, sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank